So, we're back with another tower defense game, once again mixed with a card game, because, you know, that's kind of half my shtick at this point, and one could say. But this is Tower Tactics Liberation. It is labeled Astral Siege here because I did grab the DLC as well, because the whole set was like $10 to get it and like the 3 DLC this game has, which add a bunch more cards and things. So I'm like, yeah, you know what, for that price, hard to argue with, really. The game by itself, I think, was $6, so it was only like $4 more to get all of the extra content, so it made more sense to just have all of it. But if we take a look over here at the deck, because this will be easier to explain how all of this works. This is the wrong page to look at that on. Let's look at it this way. So your starting deck is the leading legacy here. You'll see that there's 3 each of the basic archer and basic bomber, 2 basic snipers, and some spells. That's all you get to play in the tower defense segments until you find more. And it'll keep cycling through the cards. Obviously, using copies of it, I don't think removes them. I think it just means that's how likely it is to pop up. That's the impression I've gotten in the, like, one run I did before we started, so bear that in mind. I don't know a lot about this yet, just that's the piece of information I can give y'all right off the top for that. Yeah, basically it's your typical protect yourself from waves of enemies situation, nothing plot relatable or anything. The DLC did add a bunch of decks down here. I'm not going to be touching them yet because I feel like these are going to destabilize the progression. So we're not touching any of these till later. Because considering these have like actual archers and things like that, as well as a bunch of unique cards, I feel like leaving that alone is better because, you know, the starting stuff gives you just basic versions which are weaker. It wouldn't make sense for me to just go straight for stronger cards right off the top, right? I did unlock the Wandering Colossus deck, so we'll be giving that a spin next. You're gonna miss me using the starting deck, but it's, you know, it's what you see right there. It's 3 very basic towers and a couple spells. You're not missing much by me not showing you that. But since I gained a couple levels in the first run, we can actually try out this one, which has Static Ionizers, which slow enemies and reduce their healing. The Ruthless End, which damage all enemies on the battlefield at the same time, which I'm assuming it has an area effect. It probably isn't like the whole map, but we'll see if it is the whole map or not. The Life Absorber, which has a chance to give me back health, which is going to be pretty helpful. And then the Blizzard that slows all enemies, and it starts with the artifact Blood Amulet. Reduce all enemy regeneration by 30%, and it stacks with other health regen downs. Now, one of the neat things is you have this Sanctuary here. You'll be picking up essentially equipment, I'm just going to call it that for simplicity's sake, that you can slot into the Sanctuary to give yourself buffs that you'll carry into the next run. And as you can see, you can actually make the... oh yeah, they call them offerings. You can actually make whatever ones you want from the material you get from every run as well. So if you got things you particularly want, you can just start binning offerings and try to get the exact ones you want. I got lucky and got an attack speed one, which is probably what I would have made anyway, so works for me. You, of course, have a bunch of stats, max health, crystals, how much crystal you get from all sources, luck, different armor penetrations, starting mana, which is kind of, well, not kind of important, very important. Range multipliers, attack speed, shield loss every round. Shields are in addition to your health, so you do want them, but as you can see there, they do deplete. So that's worth keeping in mind. There's also a neat thing involving mana in that this game actually has essentially what's the word for it? The interest rate that other tower defense games have for gold, they have it for mana. If you're past a certain threshold of mana, you will gain additional mana based on how much mana you have. So if you really want to just sit on your mana, you can. Now, you might be wondering, Why does mana matter? Aren't tower defense games usually built on gold? You'll understand why when we get in. First, I gotta pick a starting trinket. Dragon Initiative, during the first 10 waves of combat, gain 50 armor pen. Tactics book, increase maximum hand size by 1, gain 4 luck. I'm very tempted by that. It's interesting that the max hand size is 8 starting. Usually things do 7. Cobalt Trident, towers gain 6 range and fire rate. I'm taking that tactics book because luck is handy. And as you can see, you actually have like your fairly standard roguelike map here. And all, of course, leading to an act boss. We're not going to bother with that shop yet because we only started with 30 crystals, and that's not a ton of money, and I don't really need these rest sites yet. But I also don't really want the forge right now. This is kind of a bleh start. I'm going to hit this rest site so I have some options. The good news is rest sites do allow you to upgrade a stat, so they're not completely useless if you are at full health. Just not exactly what you'd want all the time. We got some more magic penetration. That's fine. Considering the 2 elites here, I'm gonna go ahead and go to this event so I can go down, hit this enemy, hit this elite, and then kind of bounce around. I do like that they tell you, hey, these are armor specialists, if there is like a specific thing there. Civilians in distress. Your sensors detect 2 spaceships in combat. However, it seems that only one of them is attacking. It's possible that one could be a Salkoth ship assaulting some defenseless citizens. We can trade 3 health for 50 crystals. We could try to threaten someone and lose twice as much health, but potentially gain a random trinket. Or we could just wander off and let this play out how it will. I'm gonna go ahead and take the health hit for the crystals, because crystals are useful. Of course you would help those in need. You fight against the Salkoth and win with ease. You've retrieved some crystals after the battle. So we'll go ahead and do exactly what I was talking about doing. It's really a shame that the only shop and the only forge both were at the beginning of this sector. But as you can see, fairly typical tower defense map. Here's what your wave's gonna be. Just put that away, I don't need that. These various tiles have buffs and debuffs on them. I will just tell you right away, don't put things on red tiles, they're all negative. Don't do it. It's very silly. The blind is interesting because it decreases your range, but appears to increase your damage by a lot, so there's potential there. Clairvoyance does the opposite, increases your range but lowers your damage. Depends on what you want it to do. There is no range limit. There's no range circle for the Ruthless End, so I guess they do just hit everything. Huh. Okay. Well, obviously we want our slower to be kind of early on. Life Absorber does cost more, and the Ruthless End hits the whole map, so I really have no reason not to just place one of those. We won't be able to get our Life Absorber because it costs 2, and that's of course what the mana's for, is placing your towers. You also will want to sometimes reserve mana for in the wave to cast your spells anyway. So there's actually a little bit of a balancer there. Oh wow, that thing fires pretty quick too. Its damage is not that high, but that's fine. At least it doesn't look like it's that high. We'll see. I have it set to game speed ×2. It can go much higher, but I figure ×2 we'll be able to see well enough what's going on, but also not be waiting around all day. Let's go. Yeah, it is ticking just like 1 hit point a second. But that's why I wanted to have the blizzards available in case they were gonna fly through too fast. 25 crystals and another card. So we got the Little Ghost, which costs 0, but is still a tower. It can't be moved after it's placed, can be placed on empty tiles, reduces enemy regeneration. Revitalize, which this is another neat thing. Enchantments exist. Basically, you put the enchantment down, it lasts the whole fight. You can't get more than 1 copy of it in that fight, though, unless you have more copies of it in the deck. So, Revitalize. Wave start, restore 1 health if you have less than half health, and of course, Thunder, which is another regular spell. Stuns things in a small area for 1.5 seconds and deals a bunch of damage. I'm gonna go ahead and take the Little Ghost because I think it'll be handy that it can be placed on empty tiles. And off to the elite we go. which it's much the same, except the enemies here are going to be way more dangerous. And we got the little ghost immediately. Okay, that is what they meant. I can literally place this anywhere. So that's actually super useful. And we're going to go ahead and put our little ghost friend... where do I want to put our little ghost friend? So I want to have it hit a good amount of territory, but... in terms of actually taking advantage of its special ability, really not too many great places for it. I think I'm going to ignore the... can be placed on anywhere and just put him here. I didn't want to put him on the clairvoyance because I feel like that'll be more useful for somebody a bit stronger to have. You also have your typical target selector there if you right click your tower. Now you might be asking, how do you upgrade towers? Well, you don't actually do it the way most tower defense games do. It actually takes the auto chess route, and you have to put 3 copies of the tower down on the board, and then they'll merge into one better tower, which is a blessing and a curse. This hand also was not great, so hopefully the Blizzards will do a good enough job to help fix this, because these Vanguards are kind of tough. Go ahead and slow him down while he's in range. Because your hand gets sent away and replaced with a fresh hand as soon as you're done with the fight anyway. I'm still gonna take damage here. I should have slowed him up here, but I misjudged that. And I didn't want to burn all my mana because I need to be able to play more towers. We could play the Life Absorber. It does start with 16 damage, as opposed to 1 from the Static Ionizer and 1 from the Ruthless End. So I think the Life Absorber is the play, and we put it here so that it has a good amount of territory coverage. It is now even slower, but that should be okay. Yeah, that's doing meaningful damage. Nice, much better. Okay. Now, we do have quite a bit of health, as you see up there. That does not come back between stages, so do make sure not to overextend yourself if you can help it. There's another copy of our little ghost friend. Be very careful where you place the third one when you're placing something to upgrade, because the upgraded version will go where you place that third one. They will merge into that one. All other towers, unless they say can't be moved, obviously can be moved. So it's not a problem with most things, but with this little ghost, it will be an issue. We'll go ahead and just stack another Ruthless End up here. His 2 damage every second is actually going to be pretty helpful. And I want to see just how well it'll do once it upgrades. Like, obviously, it just stays and goes to 3 damage. But I'm hoping that it'll still pan out usefully. Guess I'll put the Static Ionizer here, then. Okay, unlike the other static thing, it doesn't need to be turned. Because there are some towers you actually have to manually rotate, and they'll stay facing that direction as well, which is kind of neat. I have no mana, so there's nothing I can do to help this situation. But it looks like we're fine. Okay, so where do I want the little ghost? Probably somewhere, like, over here. If it had just, like, a little more range here would be good, too. I could always just bring it up here with the rest of them. But I'll probably just put it here. But as you can see, it's now a tier 2 little ghost. And it's decently powerful compared to its original form. And with the tile it's on, it gets a 10% boost to range and damage. No, range and speed. I keep thinking that axe is damage, but it's actually the shot speed. And we'll go ahead and put a third Ruthless End down. And this one will be buffed a little bit as well, so 3 damage a tick and ticking more than 1 a second. So that should help chip down anything that tries to slide through with low health. Yeah, that should die before it makes it. And it does automatically speed up when there's nothing that can interact with the thing that's moving down the field. Forgotten Branch. Whenever you add a card to your deck, gain 1 unfilled max health. That's actually huge. Glad I checked that first. So let's see, we got the Odyssey. Shoots projectiles in all directions, but costs 3. The Unstable Reactor, which fires lasers in random directions that pierce through enemies, stunning them and dealing damage, for 2. And then the Thunder again. I could also re-roll this or just not take a card at all. But as it stands right now, I'm going to keep taking cards, but I don't really want a 2 or a 3 cost right now, so I'm going to re-roll. And I'm kind of disappointed a little bit here. His Thunder keeps showing up for 1, and Intimidating Glare, silencing all enemies and drawing a card. If that didn't cost 2, I'd be down with that. But it costing 2 means it's not really going to be very useful for me right now. So we've got the Wisdom Punisher. Rebound, Rebound's a fun one. You can cast this card again if you have enough mana to cast it again. It's actually like Rebound from a handful of other card games. And it has a Transcend, which it doesn't tell me what that means. But apparently this card costs 1 less mana under some circumstances. And then when you play it, you draw 2 cards. So I do want that. I definitely do want that. Transcend might just be an upgrade that was placed on it or something. I don't really know yet. And for some reason that didn't have a tooltip. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna go to this elite, then go up to the event and cycle all the way back down. Because I could go to this event, but actually, yeah, because I could go to this elite, then this event, then this horde. It's kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other. Either way, we're going to this elite first, one way or the other. All that away. Okay, so they're going right to left, but they're circling around each time, so I've got a bit of free work here to do. So let's put the little ghost here in the middle, because he has a good range of fire there. Static Ionizer goes here. Ruthless End doesn't matter where he goes, so he'll go over there where he won't be in the way of anything, and we get to pocket 1 mana because the little ghost is free. And since they have to circle around, there's no way they're making it through there under these circumstances. Especially with the slowing. Now, maybe the Wisdom Punisher normally costs 3, and we're just seeing it cost 2 because of the Transcend? I don't really know. I don't have enough information. But it does do almost as much damage. Well, no, it's almost half the damage of the Life Absorber. And drawing me 2 cards is actually useless, because when we play it, we won't have enough mana to play anything. So I'm going to stick to the Life Absorber because we know that works. And I'm going to place it right here. This way it'll take care of anything that tries to make its way through this segment here, but it can also catch them as they're rotating. I think that'll work out pretty well. Yeah, it's chunking through that guy by comparison. That one's not going to make it around all the way to get shot again by the Life Absorber, so that works. Second little ghost. We'll go ahead and put that little ghost here under the same logic as this one. But you notice there is closest enemy and first enemy. First enemy is like the one at the head of the line. Closest enemy is closest to the tower, I do believe, in this particular case. Go ahead and just chuck another Ruthless End up here. The Ionizer might have been a better choice, but I do really like the I don't need to worry about where it's aiming part of the Ruthless End. And that's what I was figuring, is we can get an upgraded one. Oh yeah, I did spend my only mana, yeah. There we go. So now we got an upgraded Ruthless End. We are back to no mana, so we can't do anything else. It would have been nice to get another Life Absorber down too, but they're just so expensive. I really need to get some better mana generation, if at all possible. We'll just keep stacking Ruthless Ends, though, since the basic tower setup's been doing pretty good. The constant health drain will just make it a little easier for them to deal with the enemies. And we won that. Spellflow Cape. After spending 7+ spell mana each combat, draw 1 more card each round. Okay, not too exciting, but not bad. And we've got the Tesla Stunner. It fires weak electric beams that propagate to nearby enemies and stun them, so basically chain lightning. The Void Terror deals 8% more damage for each card in the Dispel pile. Dispel Pile, I presume, being things that get exiled, essentially. Like, not discarded, but are gone completely. Yeah, because there's a discard pile as well, so they would be the out-of-the-game section. And then the Sentry Engineer. Wave start, spawn a Sentry. That seems like it would actually be really good. Admittedly, the randomly spawning sentries are probably going to potentially end up in useless places, but hey, it's free. It'll cost me 2 to put the sentry deployer down, but everything after that's great. Meditation. Free your mind. Heal your spirit. It's always a good time for introspection. Not as long as you don't get too in your head and get stuck there, yeah. Strongly increase 1 random stat or mildly increase 3 random stats. I'm gonna take the strong increase to 1. And we got a big boost to our critical strike. No, that was our attack speed. So that's actually really good. I'm very happy about that. I saw the number on the right there and I'm like, oh, it turned green. Wait, no, that was already green, you idiot. But yeah, we're gonna hit this horde so we can get the elite. Because the elite gives more rewards. And we got some shield bashers for free. They have salvation, 30% extra range, can't be deactivated, combat start of random 2-cost tower spawns here. It can't be moved. Interesting. Oh, so the tiles are salvation tiles. That's why there's the shield bashers here. Okay. That makes sense. So let's go ahead and get the Sentry Engineer down at the beginning. Because these are when the enemies are going to be the weakest, and we have the shield bashers to kind of cover for us a bit here. And we'll just give them support from a Ruthless End. Where did the sentry spawn? Because it's supposed to be wave start, spawn a sentry. Oh, there it is. I mean, that's a useful spot for it to be, actually. That's not bad. And it has a couple rounds, it looks like, to stick a... Oh, this is... Okay, hordes are timed, not wave-based. Okay, that's why I'm confused. I was just sitting there vibing, letting this happen, realized, oh, hey, my cards are changing. I should probably be doing something. There are multiple modes to this game. There is actually just a endless mode where it works like this as well. That's why the sentries were being a little weird, because there technically wasn't a standard wave start. We can get a level 3 static ion, well, level 2 static ionizer, rather. Yeah, this is silly. I like this. They're really not getting to do anything, huh? Let's get another Sentry Engineer. Because more free sentries, just better for us, if you think about it. Another Ruthless End. It seems like it's just an army of, like, weenie enemies, so it's not really a concern here. This is basically free. Definitely means your hand size matters more, though. That's a lot of crystals. I need to go to horde maps more often. Like, technically they would be more difficult because they're not essentially turn-based, which a wave-based setup would normally be. But it's not too bad. The Fast Learner seems neat. It immediately just goes to level 2, so it's actually going to be pretty decent. We'll grab that, because 1-cost towers are pretty good to have, and we'll go fight another elite before fighting the boss. Okay, so they start here, go all the way around, and then go there. Okay. So Life Absorber goes here, because it'll get a good amount of time to attack. And then we'll put a Static Ionizer with some good range leading into where that'll be. And that should do a good job for a bit. Obviously, we're going to need more than that before long, but yeah, not too big a deal. May as well put said Fast Learner down immediately. Yeah, he just goes straight up to tier 2. So I was right about that. Him being near the Ionizer is also good. That thing is stronger than it looks, though. Goddamn. Holding up pretty good against my attacks. Go ahead and put the little ghost here, because again, keeping everything near the Ionizer. I could wait a turn in order to get the Sentry Engineer down, and I think I will, because we're doing okay right now. Though this is a different set of enemies. But we're fine. They got that under control. I did that thing again where I think I can hold on to cards, and I can't. It's fine. We can place the Wisdom Punisher down and see how it actually works if we want. Or I could get 2 Ruthless Ends down now, or a Ruthless End and another Static Ionizer. Let's get the Wisdom Punisher into play. Yeah, it does just straight up give me the 2 cards now. Okay, and it is actually 2 cost, as advertised. So yeah, it must have started with 3 cost and went down to 2 then. We did definitely need that extra damage. They almost made it. Now we'll put the second Ionizer. I assume slows will stack. If not, it's fine, because that still hits 2 targets. We don't have anything that can see cloaked enemies. So he just walks through. There's nothing I can do about him. Ooh, Cobalt Key. Gain 2 extra rerolls. Not bad, not bad. And our card is Bright Beams, rebound, slow enemies in an area. If this isn't your first spell that you cast in this wave, stun them instead. Early Protector has double fire rate until wave 5. And then the Fissure spell, destroy a random enemy of level 3 or less. I'm kind of fine with the idea of the Early Protector. Because it already has a fire rate of 1, so fire rate 2 is pretty good. And 9 damage at level 1 is not bad. Again, plenty of 1-cost towers until we can start actually getting more mana. Seems like the play. You go ahead and hang out here. We're gonna give the Life Absorber the extended range here, because it'll have very good coverage. And the Ionizer will get the other extended range right there. Alright, off you go. But you gotta remember, this is a boss wave, so there's gonna be something nasty that's gonna show up at some point. We'll put another Ionizer down here, because I assume their slow will have worn off by the time they get down there. This way they stay slowed. And it does stack, because they were getting steadily slower the more they were getting hit there. We're already a few waves in, so I think the Early Protector's not gonna be that good right now. We'll put the Fast Learner down instead of the 2. Yeah, we got a tankier boy coming in, but he is not going anywhere. He is done for. So that worked out perfectly. We could upgrade our Ionizer, and honestly, I think I'm gonna do that. There we go. Put that where the range increases. It's gonna be a shame to lose the stacking, but I think the extra power on that one's gonna be worth it. And then we can just start stacking out more Ionizers anyway. Put you there to capitalize on the slowing as usual. Put you there to replace the one that we'd gotten rid of before. I know the setups right now aren't that interesting, but that's just what we gotta do while we build up. I will say, in my test game, when I went to Area 2, which is going to be after this boss, I got immediately housed. So, don't be surprised if it takes a very big turn for the worse when we get there and I have to try a lot harder. But Area 1's not really a big deal. As you can see by how I'm not even really putting in an effort, and we're taking care of most of this. They are going to squeak through with these guys, because apparently they're just a lot more tanky. I don't really know what happened there. Ooh, we can get at level 3 Fast Learner. Sure. Ooh, that's a neat looking one. I do like how the art changes for them as they upgrade. And that's almost 3 shots a second, so that's going to do some work. Assuming that's per second. Oh yeah, look at that flow of bullets coming out of him. He was definitely worth upgrading. He is going to chew through things. I should move him a little bit, actually, then. I should probably have him, like, somewhere in here so that he hits as they're going around this instead of only in this little line here. And we can get our ghost upgraded. I guess I'll put him here so he can still hit up by that first Ionizer, but he'll also hit when they go around this corner. Because remember, the little ghost can't be moved. And he does get that little bit of extra range, so that'll work. Yeah, Yeah, let's get some Ruthless Ends out, so even if they make it all the way through, they start getting ticked. In the hopes of, like, the 5 and 6 hit point guys not making it through anymore. And we made it. That's the weird thing about these boss stages, is they don't actually seem to have, like, a specific boss enemy in them necessarily, just they are way more dangerous sets of waves. Like, even more so than elites. Orb of Strength cannot be removed, gain 1 more mana each round. Nice. Trinket. Joyful Rattle. Draw 1 more card each round. Reactivating towers costs 1 less mana. There are things that'll deactivate your towers, and you have to pay mana to get them back. That's what this will be better for. Lion Plushie. Elites give 2 trinkets instead of 1. Or the Dark Knowledge. Draw 1 more card each round. Enemies are 25% more vulnerable to stuns, slows, and teleports. Let's take the Lion Plushie, because I am going to be seeking elites. And then our card is Fissure again, or Shotgun. 2 costs, shoot multiple pellets that pierce through armor, or Thunder. We do have more rerolls, and I don't really care for this set, so let's try again. The BF Rifle costs 5. Deals a very high amount of damage at a high cost, stuns enemies. The Thief can target cloaked enemies. If it makes a critical hit, gain crystals. Pretty down with that. Nebula can't be deactivated, can be rotated manually, shoot 6 bullets that stun. I'm gonna take the Thief because we had that issue with the cloaked guy, and I would like to have coverage for that. Welcome to Sector 2, where things get a bit more dangerous, and there's a shop close by. I'm actually gonna go to the Forge, because the Forge allows you to raise your stats. I'm not gonna spend all of our crystals here, but I'm gonna raise our luck a little bit. And then we're gonna spend the rest of our money at the shop? Actually, no. I'm gonna grab 1 extra starting mana as well, and save 177 crystals for the shop. Let's see, we have Disruptor. Reduces enemy resistance with each shot, costs 1, not bad. Design new weapons. Create 3 random towers in your hand. They cost 1 less for the whole combat. Dispel. I'm buying that, because that sounds like fun. Is that going to be the most effective? Absolutely not. But it'll be fun. You also have your typical card removal and duplicating down here in the shops as well, and obviously a bunch of relics to buy, which we didn't discuss. Mind Crush costs 3, deal 3 E times X true damage to all enemies, where X is the amount of cards in your hand minus 1. So that's pretty good, though. It does Dispel on use, and it is a 3 mana card. I'm not that down for that. We have the Deadly Glance Relic. All stuns last for 33% longer. The Golden Emblem. Combat end. Gain 1 crystal for each trinket you own. If I could afford that, I'd buy that in a heartbeat, because we do have a fair amount of trinkets. And the Spell Cauldron. Increase maximum spell mana by 1. Gain 1 max health. I'm not really sure why spell mana is a concept. I'm going to assume there might be a limit to how much you can spend just on spells? I don't know. Do I want any of the other things? I think I'm actually going to use my other reroll to see about getting some other cards to buy. Well, the relics got more expensive. So we got the Slowing Seal. Can't be moved, can't level up, can only be placed on path tiles, slows all enemies in contact, so that's actually fairly useful. And nice and cheap, but we are struggling on mana, so I don't know entirely if I want that. And then the Song of the Earth. Costs 2, round start. Create 2 gray tiles on random free spots on the map. Convert 2 red tiles into gray tiles, so it basically just allows you more places to build towers. We haven't really filled out everywhere we could go, so I have no reason for that. And the Healing Warcry. Draw 1 card if you received 5 or more damage this combat, restore 2 health and draw another card. Just costs 1. So basically, you could use it as a means of cycling if you have, like, nothing but bad cards in your hand, but we've never been in that bad a position. So I think I'm going to disregard these. Is there a card in my deck I would like to get rid of? Even though I took the Early Protector, I am considering getting rid of it. But I think it's okay for the time being. And I don't think there's anything I want to duplicate either, so I think we're good with what we have. We can always hit this other shop after we go, like, up. No, we can't go up and then still reach that elite. But there's 2 elites up there. Oh, wait, no, we can go up to those 2 elites after this one. I just won't be able to go to the shop. Let's see what we get at the elite after we hit the rest site for the free upgrade. Because there's no reason not to go to this rest site since we can still go the way we want to. We'll take the upgraded stat, which was Magic Pen again. Very random, clearly, considering I got the same result twice. Yeah, I want to get all these elites, so I'm gonna take that. So let's see, we've got 4 mana, and you'll notice we now gain 2 mana a turn, so my 2 mana cost stuff is a lot more viable. These red tiles below. Look at all this red on this map. This is unfortunate. But we do have the Holy Sigil, 25% extra range for all towers of the same type. So that could be huge. So let's plug the little ghost into the little opening there. We'll put an Ionizer on the Holy Sigil. Oh, that's Magic Pierce. That's actually good. We'll put that there, because these do have magic attacks. You can tell whether it's magic or physical depending on the icon. Like, the axe is physical damage, and the, like, blue pellet is magic damage. And we'll slap the Life Absorber here for the moment? Sure, yeah. That'll work. We can always move it later if I'm concerned about that. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that, as it turns out. They did not take much damage. I'm assuming if Design New Weapons gives me cost 1 towers, it might cost 0? Kinda tempted to risk it. But it would take all of my mana to use, so I think we won't risk it right now. Because we're kind of in a bad spot at the moment. So let's place a Fast Learner and an Early Protector up in here to start chipping them down a bit more first. Yeah, that's gonna go way better. Having actual damage on the board helps, as it turns out. Ooh, Sentry Engineer. Really doesn't matter where you go, so you'll live there. That's gonna be the one downside of the sentries, is they are gonna get placed on negative tiles, more than likely, because of how many negative tiles there are. He's just not allowed to move. That guy's just getting stun locked because of how much we reduced his speed, and he still lived. That's how tough some of these guys are in Area 2. Eats all that damage up and just goes nom, 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 and leaves. So we'll put another Life Absorber here. Because of how locked down that guy was getting by the time he got here, that should get some good work done. Though even with all that, these tanky guys just don't care. They're just walking right through. I need to get something a lot stronger then. I just don't really know what would be strong enough. Upsetting. Like, don't get me wrong, our setup right now is very random bullshit go, but I feel like I'm still getting the short end of the stick here a bit. Oh yeah, because it did last long enough for another sentry to be placed, so I guess when there's 3 sentries, they upgrade. Neat. So let's actually get another Sentry Engineer then. Another little ghost. Because that'll get us 2 extra towers every turn. We've got 4 more waves yet to go. So they'll actually be able to take some advantage of that. Created a little ghost. I was trying to avoid upgrading the Ionizer. Yeah, because there really isn't much reason to... Actually, no, because the slow rate does increase a fair bit. But I think I'm actually going to hold the mana for the Blizzard. This is the amount of territory where we don't have slows. This way we catch them as they're coming out of the slow and put them back down to a more reasonable pace to keep them locked in there. Any stealth? Nope. Just tier 3 nasty. Okay, so the shield wall is weak to magic. And the EMP bomb's gonna knock out a bunch of towers, so that's upsetting. We could get a level 3 fast learner, but I feel like having the two of them right now is a better choice. The early protector's not that great right now. Wisdom Punisher? Wisdom Punisher might be the play, because it'll also give me 2 more cards, which might be something useful. And it is good magic damage. So we'll have that lead us off. Just another Ionizer. And it doesn't seem like you can opt out of having them level up, so I can't just place another Ionizer down and try to be cheeky. I'm gonna put the Thief down just in case, even though it's the wrong type of damage. There goes my towers. Thankfully, they weren't stunned for that long. Looks like only the shield... Nope. Shield's not getting through either. We had enough firepower. This keeps coming up every time I only have 2 mana. Ah. We are going to upgrade the Life Absorber. Yeah, 48 is hard to argue with. So that's the one that keeps getting disabled, so I don't know if that was my best idea. That guy's getting through. He has too much armor. At the Ruthless End. Ooh. That Dark Matter spot's actually kind of nice. Yes. It can't be moved, but now it ticks even faster. So that should be pretty helpful. Tick, 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 tick. It is magic damage as well, so it's great against these shield walls. Yeah, that works. And we're out of there. Iron Key gets an extra reroll and 5 luck, so that's good. Nova Ring. Every 25th card played, gain 1 mana and draw 1 card. The card counter resets at the start of each combat. Okay. So it would have been 6 cards from now, but it will be resetting. Let's see. We've seen all these before. The MP Grenadier, the Void Terror, and the Intimidating Glare. I'm going to take the MP Grenadier because stuns on top of our slows are probably going to be handy. Without Dicey that Elite got, I might actually just pivot to the shop and the Elite. The shop and the event instead of the Elite. Feels like the Coward option, but sometimes Coward is best. So we got the Rebounder, which just has Rebound. It's cost 2. Oh, Singularity. Stun all enemies for 8 seconds, but it costs 4, so that ain't happening. Ponder. Draw all 3 cards for 1 Dispel after use. Health Insurance. Whenever you lose health outside of a combat, gain 30 crystals. Topaz Gem. You have a 50% chance of gaining 1 crystal every time a tower makes a critical hit, up to 75 crystals each combat. Blue Spinning Top. Whenever you teleport an enemy, deal 10% current health magic damage to it. That's fun. Not helpful, because I don't have any teleports, but it's fun. I'm gonna reroll this, though, because this is just not really the one for me. This is a much more interesting looking set. Eternal Sunshine for 7. On play, convert all tiles to yellow tiles. Tiles give 8% more stats. Enemies move 8% slower. If it didn't cost 7, I'd be down for that, but that's too much. Let's see. Enlightened Arbalest. Cost 2. Pierces enemies. Transcend this tower ignores all resistances. Maybe Transcend is like when they hit level 3? Maybe that's what? No. That doesn't make sense, because if it was when they level up, then the Transcend effect on the one that would cost less doesn't make any sense. Maybe that is just the card is better, so it is actually ignoring all resistances right now? I don't know. Blazing Seal. Can't be moved, can't level up, can only be placed on path tiles, deal damage to all enemies in contact. So, like the slowing one, but for damage. And we have the Snowman. Snowman increases maximum spell mana by 1, gain 1 luck. Angelic Form. Gain 1 extra mana and draw 1 extra card each round. Add 10 random cards to your deck. If I had the 7 more crystals to buy that, I would absolutely buy that because that would be funny. And Hope. Towers gain 12% fire rate if you have 4 or less health. That is not helpful. And we can't reroll again, which is kind of sad. But the Enlightened Arbalest isn't terrible. I do wish it would tell me what Transcend means. Because the tutorial didn't teach me about Transcendence either. So I just have no information on that as a concept. But I think this shop might have been a bit of a dud. I am going to remove the early protector at this point, because it genuinely just doesn't seem to show up at a good time, and I'll go ahead and grab the Enlightened Arbalest, I guess, just so it feels like we did something here. Crystal Extractor, you notice a couple of friendly spaceships near a rest site. There seems to be a showcase of an interesting new technology. With the Crystal Extractor, you can get crystals from your weapons. We don't take responsibility for any damage dealt to the weapons. So we can gain 112 crystals and receive 2 random basic towers, or we do nothing. I'll go ahead and take the money in the random basic towers. Oh wait, no, because if I assume that means it's gonna replace 2 of my towers with basic towers. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And it's always nice to see technology progressing. And now I went from 19 to 21, so I just have 2 basic bombers now. So they're clogging the deck a little bit, but bombers aren't terrible, so it's fine. We'll go ahead and hit the regular enemy, then we'll hit the boss. Try to hit as much territory as possible. Okay, hang on. The Wisdom Punisher only costs 1 now. Is Transcend like a turn 1 effect? Is that the thing? I mean, with it costing only 1, I may as well play it straight off, then. Hit more cards. I could also play the rebound of it. So I'm tempted by design new weapons. Probably shouldn't fuck around right now, though. We do have a static ionizer as well, so we'll put that there. And then we'll put a Ruthless End on the Dark Matter. There's also a Holy Sigil all the way in the back there, but it's all the way in the back. Yeah, we're fine at the moment, and there is only 4 waves to this, so it's not too bad. I probably could have afforded to fuck around a bit more. You back there. There seems to be something tied to placing a certain amount of each tower. I don't really know what it is. What's going on here? Oh. Just had like 4 emails pop up simultaneously and I got a little concerned. The thief there in case they send a cloaked guy through. Oh, this suddenly took a turn. I'm glad I have the Ruthless End in play, even though we are going to get hit. It took care of one of the problems at least. Get our little ghost friend right there. EMP Grenadier. Yeah, because they'll all be clustered up for the most part at the front. Especially if I put another Ionizer to get them all clumped up and then stun them. Yeah. You don't get to play. No more moving for you. Go ahead and put the Sentry Engineer down. Wow, that is probably the worst place you could have put that, but it doesn't matter because they're just not going to be allowed to move. There we go. Round over. And our card choices are Disruptor, Evil Magician. Gains 5%, 15%, and then 50% attack speed for each card in your hand. So I guess, like, level 1, it's 5%, level 2, it's 15%, and then level 3, it's 50%. So that's actually really good once it gets up there. Or the Gatling Gun. Fires faster as long as it has targets available, up to triple fire rate over 10 seconds. We always have cards in our hand, kind of just stuck there for the most part, so the Evil Magician's not bad. He does only have 6 attack, though. But it's 6 versus 3. We'll take the Evil Magician. It sounds like a fun option. Okay, and yeah, it definitely seems like Transcend is just a turn 1 effect. Is we got the Wisdom Punisher with that effect again. We'll go ahead and put him on the range extender spot. Oh, wait. Oh! Oh, hang on. Enemies are coming from the left and the right in this one, and they're crossing over each other. Yikes, I don't like that. This is gonna be way harder to have like a collective location to just pummel them. You are still going there, I think. I don't really need the extra card draw from it this time. I think we are gonna just focus one side, is we can clear the ones coming in from this side, and then hopefully they'll all be dead before the ones from this end get over here. Because we just don't have enough mana to try to split our forces much more than that. And if I attempted to split, I was just gonna get punished for it. So on that logic, let's put the EMP Grenadier over here to buy time based on that line of thought. And obviously Ruthless Ends are going to be handy in this situation, because they'll just hit everything. Yeah, the buying time is working because it also synergizes with the AoE from the Ruthless Ends anyway. So let's keep getting more of those out, and we'll put a fast learner in the middle? Actually, we may as well put it on the Holy Sigil so it at least gets the range extension. Because everything paths through there at some point. Actually, no. Everything from this side passed through here. Everything from this side doesn't. But it's okay so far. Little Ghost goes into the space between the Ruthless Ends. Yeah, this is one of the few other remaining spots where it'll hit multiple. The way some of these towers are shaped is a little odd. Like, I genuinely thought that that Evil Magician tower was gonna shoot the other way instead of spinning all the way around. Oh, I think I know why that 9-point tracker's there. I think that's just showing how many you need to get to the max level for it. At least that's now my new assumption. Let me check something, because I might have forgotten something. No, I do still have that up. Okay. Why did that not... Oh, Discord. You just do what you want sometimes, huh? Do I even want that Wisdom Punisher, or do I want another Life Absorber? I probably just want the other Life Absorber. It's a choice between which one am I trying to level up. And I feel like I'm better off leveling up the Life Absorber because we have that one on the Dark Matter spot. And it is stronger than the Wisdom Punisher, I think. Yeah, and we also drew the third one, which will go from 16 to 48, which is pretty good. It'll just have to be moved back here. There we go. We also get hearts occasionally with them, if it actually gets the kill. Not that it's in a position to get kills. It usually is setting up the kills because it is our highest damage tower. But with its fire rate, it should occasionally be getting kills. You can also get a breakdown of how well your towers are doing if you look over here. This is kind of why I said I wanted to favor this tower with its massive lead in damage over everything else. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get that Ruthless End upgraded. And we'll put an Ionizer over here to help buy time. This way, not only are they getting stunned more frequently, but they're also getting slowed in general. There we go, nice and clean. We have a lot more waves to go, though. We have 12 more waves on this stage. Let's go ahead and upgrade an Ionizer, because we could place a replacement one for the one I just placed here. And it works out just fine. I don't even remember where I had that third one. But it's fine. Oh, these guys look like they're gonna suck to deal with. What is your deal? Oh, they're Colossi. Okay. So they're just tier 2 units. And down they go. And we did actually gain a heart at some point. So the plan is working. We could actually try to go for a tier 3 Ionizer here. That could be fun. But the only other thing I'd be able to play at that point is the basic bomber, so I think I'm better off right now at least playing the Evil Magician. Yeah, they are just waltzing right on through. Thankfully, they'll be getting stunned a bit. Not enough, though. There goes that health I gained. Oh, they were 3 hits each, too. Ooh. Not a fan. Let's put that little ghost here, then. An Ionizer in the middle here is a good call. And then we'll put a Wisdom Punisher in with it. Helps cycle the deck a bit more. Yeah, there we go. That sorted out that problem. And it also balances out the ghost getting put to the right further. Down some more Ruthless Ends. That might be our first next upgrade. So I don't think we've actually gotten any to tier 3 before. So it may take 3 tier 2s to get to tier 3. We'll find out. Yep, it sure does, but that's fine. Yeah, it's magic, so we don't really want that. You know, actually, yeah. I don't know why I didn't think to do that before. Placing it on the blind tile, is it doubles its attack speed but reduces its range. It has global range. It doesn't matter if it has reduced range. It still hits the whole screen. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Also, put you on the Magic Pierce spot, then. There you go. That way, their little damage doesn't just get blocked by guys that have magic protection. Yeah, that's much smarter. Much, much smarter. That should help solve some problems. So I do think once we get... If we do get the tier 3 E1, we will put it over where the blind spot is. Yeah, one of them's doing way more damage than the other now, so that's definitely an indicator. And these are armor pierce ones, yeah. Oh, I could put them on the... I could put one of the ionizers on the Moonstone here, actually. It'll massively increase its slow. Which would probably be this one. Well, technically it'll be both of these because it's getting upgraded. The only problem is that means this one's gonna have to be the only one covering this angle. Is now they'll run up to here and then get turbo slowed. We can put another EMP Grenadier in here to kind of balance that out. Oh yeah, he does reach up to there occasionally still. They definitely slow down way more with that, though. That is worth it. It is definitely worth it. Just takes a little getting used to as a concept. Just keep loading up the middle here. Oh, okay, so when a card hits tier 3, it gets dispelled from the deck. Interesting. So you can't actually get more than one tier 3 version of something. Ooh. Not sure how to feel about that, but that is actually probably a good thing, though, because it prevents spam. It keeps you from just spamming 100 of the same tower. So it's probably a good thing overall. Like, in terms of game balance. Prevents you from just having, like, an absolute horror garbage setup that they just can't do anything about. I should probably put him on the armor-piercing tile. Since he is doing all physical damage, and his armor-piercing kind of stinks. That should keep him from getting blocked. This does have that enemy gains armor modifier. You know, let's test the design new weapon spell. It does make things that are one cost 0. Sweet. So glacial laser emits a slowing laser that can be rotated manually. I'm gonna assume that just shoots the laser like straight forward then? Yeah, it sure does. So actually, we probably want it more like this. Because they're guaranteed to hit it. And it has rebound, so I can just play another one. So actually, let's do that then. Have one on either end as like an entry block. The vortex shoots stunning projectiles in all directions, so you just do you. I don't really know what you're gonna accomplish doing it there, but just you do you, buddy. And then we have the Jade drone that we got for free. Can't level up rebound, gains 2% damage for each copy of this tower in play. So that's a tower you can just spam out as many as you want because it can't level up. So it can't end up getting removed from the deck. So that could actually end up being real brutal. Look at all the bullets just scattering around. It's actually working pretty well because of its fire rate. It's hitting just... yes. That is very much a to whom it may concern weapon. And I'm kind of down with that. We could upgrade our Wisdom Punisher from 10 damage to 30 damage. But let's get our max level Ruthless End and put it on the turbo speed. Yeah. Yeah, because the sped up Ruthless End, it actually managed to pass the strongest tower we had, so that is the right choice. And we'll go ahead and upgrade this as well. There's that Jade drone again. Where am I gonna move you to? Probably here, just because coverage. The increased range was not doing as much as I wanted it to there. We can instead shimmy you there. Things are just getting hard locked occasionally, which is very helpful. And there we go. That takes care of that. And we get another of our glacial lasers. Just having these free copies of things just showing up is actually very handy. We could actually upgrade our EMP Grenadier. We'll go ahead and do that. I could have also upgraded the Evil Magician, but I kind of like having the two of them out at the moment. I don't like these guys that just appear partway in immediately. That's mean. Look at that clump we've caused over there that just doesn't get to move. Oh, wait, the Ruthless End didn't get removed. Is it only the Fast Learner that dispels when it's level 3? Huh. I thought I learned a game mechanic, but I think I might be wrong because there's another one in my hand right there. But that's a tier 3 right there. Huh. How much did that end up doing? 4,518. Yeah, he's doing work. He's doing a great job. Well, with that in mind, let's actually start working towards tier 3 Life Absorber then, because our Life Absorbers are very powerful. And putting more ionizers around is also a good idea, now that we know more about how that works. Because we can just set this up so that we just bully our enemies to death here. They want to attack me? Well, they aren't allowed to. More Ruthless Ends. We could get a tier 3 static ionizer now, and it'll have 50% slow. Problem is I'm losing all of the other ionizers in the process. Actually, wait, no, this is just gonna be... No, that is a tier 3, okay. Well, let's put that on the increased slow location, so it'll be like 80% slowed. We won't be getting as many slows, but the slows are gonna be very worth it. Except for the fact that it got hijacked immediately, so it doesn't actually work right now. Which makes me very sad. All of that preparation, and they just go, no, hijack. They are also getting right through. Ow, ow. Well, that's low health. That's not great. That's not what I want today. Upgrade my Evil Magician. Probably put him here. Yeah. This way he's getting 15% attack speed for every card. On the bright side, the big slows are gonna actually work now. That guy over there is just not allowed to go anywhere. He's just like, I want to break free. No. Denied. He does keep doing EMP pulses that knock everybody out, but he is just getting chipped to pieces here. He is going to live and kill me, though. I can't stop him. He has too much health. All of that, and he's still gonna just scoot out of there just enough to kill us. We did get a crystal multiplier, a bunch of astral dust, and we're gonna get a good amount of XP here. So we actually unlocked the next deck. So we're living just enough to unlock a new deck every time, which is exactly what I want. So the pacing on this is actually decent. Wandering Colossus was fun, though. This was actually a really interesting setup with the slows and the hit hole screen attacks. The Life Absorbers were okay. But now we have the Holy Guild with the cost 3 purifiers. When this tower levels up, it improves much more than other towers, deals magic damage in an area. The Holy Executioner fires lasers that instantly destroy enemies below a certain health percentage. Sacred Punishment deals 60 magic damage, deal 180 true damage instead if the enemies have less than half health. And Last Hope, restore 5 health during the rest of combat, ignore all enemy resistances. Martyr. I'm going to assume Martyr kicks in like when I'm going to die or something. And Holy Scepter, increase maximum overload by 1, reduce the overload threshold by 1. Okay. That's interesting. And we'll of course grab the crystal multiplier because we have an open slot for it, so why not? We don't quite have enough dust to make a new offering, and we're going back in. Our win streak of -2 right now. I love that it actually counts your losses into a negative win streak. I don't see that very often. It's very funny. So let's see. We've got the Lucky Dagger. Critical strikes deal 1.5% more damage for each card in your deck. Gain 5 luck. Tactical Garlic. as opposed to Strategic Garlic. Reduce enemy resistance against stuns, slows, and teleports by 25%. And the Red Cherry, gain 3 max health and gain 4 luck. I'll take the Lucky Dagger, because it gives more luck. And I think the increased critical strike damage will be very nice. We can definitely get away with elites early on. The Sector 1 elites were fine. Sector 2 elites are scary, it seems. So this is a different deck, so we'll see how it goes. That's a lot of clairvoyance right there in the middle, and the enemies just have to do a lap, it seems, so... You'll get some good reach there. That'll work. Just cover this whole area in Holy Executioners. We don't even have enough cards to play all of them. And yeah, it's 1 mana for each 5 mana we have instead of 6. Oh yeah, there's Spell Mantle down there. Oh wait, that means I could have been casting spells this whole time and I just didn't understand. I thought I had to hold mana to cast a spell. Goddamn magic brained. There we go, now that Holy Executioner can hit the whole way round. And these Sacred Punishments are free, so I really should just do that. Like, I may as well cast them. There's no reason not to. Put another one of you down. Bang. I could have saved it for after he went below half health, but he's not making it around anyway. I can just spam Holy Executioners all over the map. This is a very silly round here. We just have Holy Gatling Guns just chilling. I like these things. They're silly. I don't even need to spend mana this time. Get punished. Get punished some more. How about a 3rd time? These Holy Punishments are stupid, too. Ooh. Angelic Rifle. Oh, towers gain 10 range and 0.05 flat fire rate. Sure. 10 extra range is actually kind of huge. Let's see, Blizzard, which now that I understand how spell mana works, I could be using that more often. Shotgun, which we've seen in the Static Emitter, or cannot be deactivated, can be rotated manually, emits wide beams that pierce enemies, slowing them. That could be fun. 10%, 20%, 35% slow. It does cost 2. But that would give us an actual cost 2 tower, because right now we have a cost 1 and a cost 3. And we have 2 copies of each of them. Sure, we'll take the Static Emitter in case I get an opportunity to use it. And we are going to be in a horde fight here. So let's actually put a Purifier down straight away. Because we can get the Executioner down pretty quick as well. Just occasionally just throw Holy Punishment at our enemies. Okay, so it's just like explosions of Sacred Fire is what the Purifiers do. But as you saw with the Horde mode before, we just have a timer going, so I can actually just hang out and let this play itself. Oh, okay, it shoots in a wave that way, okay. So actually, I want it to be tilted more like this. Because the whole entryway is now a nightmare. But what if we had 2 of them? This is becoming bullying. This is just hardly fair to them at this point. None shall pass. If I could just get another one of those, that'd be grand. I'm using up my Sacred Punishments just so I can get hand space. No, I want another one of these. They're just not even getting in at all. They're just dying before it even matters that I have towers other than the emitters. I'm glad I got that. These emitters are great. That was just brutal. Let's see, Creative Painter, or costs 3, gain 10 fire rate for each tower with a unique name on the battlefield. That's really good for me because I throw around a lot of different towers. Moonstone Savior, pierces and slows. When placed on a moonstone tile, it stuns instead of slowing. So that's actually real good. And then Sweet Vengeance, the spell. Deal 50 physical damage for each damage taken this combat. Martyr. Ah, there we go. Martyr. Costs 1 less for each damage taken this combat. I don't know why I didn't get a hover over for the other one, but it's fine. So that's actually going to be potentially really good in a bad situation, but I'm much more interested in the Creative Painter, even though it's expensive to use. I think we hit the rest site? Or, no, rest site or the enemy? Either way, we can go shop to elite, so that's fine. I think I'll take the enemy so we can get more money before we go to the shop. One way or the other, these chumps don't stand a chance. In fact, actually, let's raise the fire rate on the Holy Executioner, as if it didn't shoot fast enough already. We'll just give him some friends. There we go. He doesn't have friends anymore. They became one. The bullets are almost colliding with each other on their way out now. Oh, there's so many. Who's the bullet hell now, motherfucker? Oh, wave's over, huh? Yikes. The glacial laser's fun, but I like the idea of Brainstorm and a random card to your... Oh! Why did this one give me the Transcend tooltip? Why didn't the other ones? You know what? It's fine. I know how Transcend works now. Oh, you Transcend when you have 20 or more cards in your hand and draw. Discard and dispel piles combined. So right now it'll give me random cards, and then once we have a lot of cards, we'll be able to draw 3 instead. So either way, Brainstorm's real handy. Let's see. Atomic Orbiter has damaging and slowing spheres that orbit in the shape of an atom symbol, so that's fun. And that's a cost 2. Sentry Engineer we've seen. Summon the Master. Gain 1 shield and then summon a random tower with a mana cost closest to your shield amount. That's a neat idea. Cost 3 though, so I'm not taking that right now. Ice Block. You can't receive damage during the first wave of each combat. Yellow Rose. Towers gain in 0.33% range for each yellow tile in the map. That's actually pretty good. Passion Fruit. Gain 5 health when starting boss fights. Okay. I could reroll here, but I do want the Atomic Orbiter because it's fun, and I think I'll take the Yellow Rose. Because there's usually a decent amount of yellow tiles, and we can actually go all the way up to this enemy and then go all the way back down to the elite. So we're going to do that for maximum coverage. Let's see. I could put a Purifier down straight away, but I think I'm still better off having the double Holy Executioner plan. Because we've got one with short range and high fire rate, and one with really long range for cleanup. And we've got a couple Sacred Punishments. Which the fact that these cost 0, by the way, is ridiculous. Brainstorm EMP Wall. Towers in range cannot be deactivated by any means. Sure. There you go. We'll protect our Executioners. I could have played the Creative Painter this turn as well. And I'm actually going to just hold my mana this time. Because the two of them should have this under control. Ooh. The Orbiter or the Emitter? The Emitter we know is good. So I'll just put an Emitter here. I would love to see the Orbiter in action, but I can't argue with this. This is just too handy. That was the last wave, though. Ooh, Card Dealer. Draw a card for every 10 shots fired. But it shoots every quarter of a second. Actually, no, it's 1 shot every 4 seconds, essentially, I think. This is a quarter of a shot a second. Still might be fun, though. Down here. Defenseless Citizens again. Sure, we'll take the money. Down to the Elite. Go ahead and Brainstorm. We got Beacon of Hope. Can't be moved, can't level up on play, deal 2 damage to all enemies, double that damage that copies of this tower deal. Okay, so the more copies of this I have, the more damage it'll deal on play. I presume that is what that means. It also doesn't seem to have like an attack stat or anything, so it seems to only do damage when it's played, so this card is not really gonna be that exciting. Creative Painter could be fun. So we do have some hefty boys getting spawned right now. So let's go ahead and play the Creative Painter first. Yeah, because it does some solid damage. It's not as strong as the Purifier in damage, but it is faster firing. So I had to consider the fact that it was going to be by itself. And then we'll put the card dealer down out here, which makes the Creative Painter faster. There we go. Brainstorm for Summon the Master, which we can't play right now. We actually can't play most of this hand, which is kind of sad, but it's okay. That is the downside to what I've done here, is we are less likely to get our Executioners out. We do have one now, but I could put the Orbiter down, and we kind of screwed the Orbiter last time, so let's put it down this time. Okay, that travels fast enough that that'll actually be reasonably effective. It also, again, continues to boost the Painter. And where it is, it actually has some solid coverage. It might actually be better one tile over, though, is the orbitals have more odds of actually, like, circling over this whole area. Throw an Executioner down as an opener, make the Creative Painter even stronger. I was seriously weakening myself by not realizing how spell mana worked, I think. Let's see, Doubling Season. Summon a level 1 copy of the one of the lowest level towers on the field, Dispel. Gatling Gun we've seen. Blinding Light. All towers can now target cloaked enemies. Enemies lose 5% speed. It's an enchantment, so we'll take that, actually. That'll be useful. We'll hit the event and then hit the elite. The Forge will be nice, but we don't need it. Supply Drop. When life gives you lemons. Wait, this is much better than Lemonade, with all due respect to all lemonades. Let's see. So Ice Block we've seen. Angelic Arrow. Towers gain 2 resistance penetration for each card in your deck. Or the Nova Chestplate. Enemies that would deal 1 damage to you deal 0 damage. That's gonna cease being relevant as soon as we leave this area, because everything seems to start doing 2 and higher damage at that point. So we'll take the Angelic Arrow. His resistance piercing is also just really useful to have. We're doing this bit again, huh? Well, Creative Painter it is once again, then. That worked out before. We can also hit him with some Divine Punishment immediately. There we go. Get our Executioner out with the Blind Tile. Oh, I should have brainstormed. And we got Intimidating Glare, which we wouldn't have played anyway. Card Dealer can go right jaw. You can definitely tell I'm acting a lot more casually here in Sector 1 because I'm getting more used to it. Just like, just throw some cards around. We'll just move through here. Get to the more dangerous area faster. So I would say that this is actually an easier deck to work with than the last one. Because the cards in this deck are not that complicated. It is mostly just spam Executioners everywhere, profit. Let's see. Forest Elder can't be moved, can be placed on empty tiles, slows enemies. And it's got some real good range to it. It's kind of slow. Dash, gain 1 shield and draw 1 card. Dispel and Whiplash. Deal 350 plus 20% max health physical damage. Convert 2 random empty gray or yellow tiles into Crimson Eye. Crimson Eye, I think, is bad. I think Crimson Eye is like negative range or something like that. I'm gonna take that Forest Elder. And Overgrowth. Combat end if you have full health, gain 2 unfilled max health. We're 1 short of that, which is unfortunate. But it's fine. So, Static Emitter down the main drag here as usual. Holy Executioner with increased range. And let's do this. Oh yeah. Turns out enchantments can be played with spell mana, so I just have that enchantment now too. You can see it over here on the right. Sweet. Good to know. Good to know. Ooh, Resilient Blaster can't be deactivated. That sounds useful. Go ahead and put that down immediately. Because boss stages seem to have a tendency to have hijackers. So I'm fine with stopping those shenanigans. And we're gonna go ahead and put you back here in case they somehow squeak through all of this. I could probably get away with turning the speed up at this point. Up to 2.5. Nope. No more coverage back there, but that's fine. That's what Sacred Punishment's for. Not that they're gonna get there with the upgraded Executioner. Go ahead and get the card dealer down. I probably should put the card dealer as far forward as possible, so that it gets to shoot as much as possible to get the card draw. Ooh, Sign in Blood. Draw 5 cards, lose 1 health. Won't really help right now because we don't have the mana to cast anything else after that, but we did get another Resilient Blaster. Oh, that's a lot of them. And now it's a lot less of them. Upgrade the Blaster. The Resilient Blaster really just looks like a crab. It's just some kind of weird robo-crab with now green pinchers that shoot lasers. Crab. Oh, these guys are... Oh, that's why. It's a good thing I had the Resilient Blaster, because they shut down all of our towers with the hijackers. I told you they were going to spawn hijackers. I knew. I'd learned. I just also can't stop them, even with that blaster. This is the increased armor, I think. So that hurt. Ooh, Void Terror. That's fun. This hand sucks, though. So hopefully there's not a ton of hijackers again. I was about to blast that guy who teleported ahead. I'm like, okay, you know what? Fine. Orb of Strength happens every time. Our trinket this time is Spell Elixir, which gives 3 spell mana. Fairy Wand, which gives 18 luck. Or the Mana Flow Rings. Increase maximum spell mana by 1. Restore 1 more spell mana each round. Okay, so that has the same limitations as a regular mana. So the Mana Flow Rings would be better than the Spell Elixir then. But obviously I'm taking the 18 luck. How could I not take 18 luck? Like, that's too good, right? Right. Pithing Needle. Oh, on play, lose 1 health. Silence all enemies in range while they are in range. So that's all that does, is it silences things around it. So it's just like a cone of silence. Healing Warcry we've seen. Holy Apprentice. When we transcend, it costs 0. Give. It also fits the theme we've got going on at the moment. We can hit the event and then go to the shop, so we'll hit the event first. Relic Merchant. A spaceship draws near and it seems interested in trading with you. We can give up our Overgrowth and gain 78 crystals, gain Demon Soul and get rid of 62 crystals. For every 40 dead enemies, gain 1 mana. That's good, except that's only good in areas where there's a lot of enemies, and we really haven't dealt with that many at once outside of like Horde stages where we don't need that. I will go ahead and give up the Overgrowth, though. It's always nice to speak to people that don't try to kill you. Yet. Go ahead and hit up the shop. We could get the MP Grenadier back, or the medkit back. Reusable Tech is interesting. Costs 5, all tower cards gain rebound, and 5% increased range. But it does cost 5, which is not great. Teardrop Bracelet. For every 120 crystals you have, you get at 1 extra starting mana up to a maximum of 2. As soon as I buy it, we wouldn't be benefiting from it anymore. Snowman again. Earth Necklace. Round start, convert 2 random gray or red tiles into yellow tiles. That does seem useful. Not like resoundingly useful, but useful. I'm gonna reroll. Let's see. Cable guy fires electric pellets. It's that stun and decay after a short distance. Can be moved out of utility plugin tiles. Okay, so it's immune to the can't move thing. That's kind of neat. Dragon's Breath fires 9 projectiles in a cone shape that pierce enemies and decay after a short distance, reduce enemies' regeneration. See, I would take that because it's on brand, but it costs 4, so it's not happening. Enlightened Mage gains 5% range for each card in your hand, draw, discard, and dispel piles combined. So he's gonna have a lot of range, so we're definitely getting the Enlightened Mage. Let's see. Red Cherry gained 3 health, 4 luck. We've seen that before. The Earth Necklace came back. The Blind Ring. Blind tiles give plus 15% range. Combat start, convert 3 gray or yellow tiles into blind tiles. That's actually an interesting trick. So we're gonna go ahead and buy the Red Cherry and the Blind Ring. I could still get the Cable guy as well. I could technically get both the towers, actually. We just don't have the mana generation for a 4 cost to be consistent. Do I care about this? It is pretty fast firing and it is stunning, so sure, we'll take it. Then we'll go up to the enemy, hit the event. There's no arrows coming off that there's no lines coming off that event. Do I just get stuck if I go up there? Or do I have to go back? How does that even work? I'm gonna have to go there for science. If this breaks everything, that's a shame. I need to know. I could Creative Painter straight away. It really sucks that all the blind tiles are in the middle. Actually, no, there's one up front too. Okay, that's not as bad. Let's go ahead and put the Forest Elder on one of the blind tiles to make him a bit faster. And then we'll put a Holy Executioner here. Atomic Orbiter? I'm assuming fire rate affects the speed at which the orbiters move, and I need to know. Yep, that makes them fly around real fast. That's actually good. I like that. Oh yeah, Blinding Light in play now. There we go. Wait, why did... What? Well, that's interesting. Oh, no, I understand what's happening there. So no, the speed is not affecting the orbitals at all. Oh no, it definitely is, because when it's there, they're spinning at that rate. When it's there, it's spinning way faster. But I think we're under the effect of speed up right now. Which is why it seems a little weird at the moment. What I can do, though, is place an emitter here. And it'll have boosted slowing. Yeah. Yeah. You aren't going anywhere. Let's go ahead and put the orbiter up here instead. Actually, maybe like here? Yeah, there's better, because it hits more of the ground throughout here. Holy Apprentice for free. And Enlightened Mage can go on one of these blind tiles and still be useful, because he has a pile of increased range. These emitters are stupid. I may just stop taking these at this point, because this is just too good. I would say that this isn't fair. I'm still going to manage to lose at some point, but I would definitely say it's hardly fair on that one. Ooh, Cremator. Slowly burns enemies, slowing them and reducing their health regeneration. Avid Reader. Draw one more card each round. If it didn't cost 4, I'd be down for that. Fulminator. Same problem of costing 4. Inflicts more damage for each shot this tower type fired this combat. Oh, that's actually ridiculous, but it does have a very slow fire rate. Yeah, we'll grab the cremator, though. That's a better choice. Okay, I just straight up can't go to the event because you wouldn't be able to go anywhere from there. Okay, that makes sense. And we got a crystal multiplier. Sweet. Go to the elite. And we got a free rebounder. Nothing too exciting, but still nice to have. Put the Holy Apprentice down here because we get him for free. Wait, does that... That does work, huh? There's just a constant stream of slow coming out of there. Enlightened Mage. Yeah, because he has piles of extended range, so he'll be able to take advantage of the dark matter. They're just fine. I was about to punish the Warper immediately. Okay. Brainstorm. We could put another emitter down, which actually there is space where the emitter up top isn't covering, so here. There we go. Nothing can pass through there. Oh, this is disgusting. This is why these emitters are not okay. Is you layer two of them together and now just nothing can do anything. And this game's been out for a while, so I'm surprised that nothing has come up to, like, nerf these things into the ground. Though I guess there's probably gonna be things that are, like, immune to the slow and things like that. But otherwise, it just seems like this is just brutal for them. Look at this. They just can't make their way through the hallway. And imagine what'll happen if I upgrade. Actually, no, those can't be upgraded. If they could be upgraded, though, ooh, that would just be devastating. No, don't burn your mana playing Blinding Light right now. Save it for the spell mana, you silly man. You know how that works at this point. There we go. So it looks like it doesn't have to be during the wave. I just have to make sure because I don't know if it pulls spell mana first. Logic denotes it would, but I don't want to trust it as far as that goes, if that makes sense. Go ahead and play the Enlightened Mage so we can get an upgraded one out. Turn the speed up some more because this doesn't matter at this point. Now there's the third emitter. They can be upgraded. Oh, that's unfortunate for them. That's very unfortunate for them. I can't move this rebound, otherwise I'd put the emitter there so it covers the whole hallway. I presume, yep, that's actually worse for them now. Oh, that's so bad. You see them move up and then they just, they just stop. No, I got random cards of the things that are already in my deck. Fascinating. Go ahead and put the Cremator down. Upgrade our Holy Executioner. And just back to them not getting to play. Oh no, they're stopping me from using my towers. Oh wait, they can't stop enough of them to be able to do anything anyway. Crystal Ore. Each time you take damage, gain 10 crystals. Sure. Terraformer. Can't be moved. Round start. Create 3, 10, 30 yellow tiles on free spots on the map near this tower. So that just makes the map around it better. I'm kind of down with that. Yeah, we'll go shop for... No, I don't have much money, actually. So we'll go Forge, Elite, Elite, out. So I want to boost our luck a bit. Because remember, we have stuff that actually works off of our crit chance right now. So that actually helps a bit, and we'll grab a bit of armor penetration, because armor seems to be a bigger problem than magic resist for the most part. Okay, they've got 2 paths, and they're sending 2 evil giants immediately that are immune to slows. Gee, I wonder if I predicted this as a problem. Right, that's why I'm getting cards that make sense for the deck. We're transcended at this point, so we actually are getting the draw 3, not the random. Right, that makes sense. Yeah, the Forest Elder and the Static Emitter are useless here, so I think Cremator and Enlightened Mage are the plays here. Put them on the blind tiles so that they get their highest fire rate. 5 fire rate is insane, but he does only do 1 damage, so it's not as exciting as it looks. Still works, though. I was expecting, like, a flamethrower, not a little, like, red laser pointer laser. But we got what we got. Yeah, you do magic damage, so better magic piercing is good for you. But you on the fire rate increase there? Well, yeah, I can't move you now, so mistakes were made, probably. I probably should have put him on the blind tile so he gets even more range. And for a card dealer, putting him on the blind tile just seems fitting. You there. I still have 1 mana left, but I can't use it for anything. Okay, it does pull from spell mana first. I really should have just... Oh, I'm learning so much. Just having that moment of like, wow, huh, hindsight's a bitch. Go ahead and put the Terraformer down here so he starts cleaning this mess up for me. Go ahead and get you upgraded. Put you on the piercing tile still. There we go. Die. I'm kind of excited to see upgraded cremators. Okay, they can still reach, just barely. We're falling back into old habits, I'm noticing, of just placing everything at the front as well. Just going full, you shall not pass. But the Orbiter here, because it gets boosted slowing. Right, it's damaging and slowing spheres. For some reason, I saw it as, like, stunning and slowing spheres. So I was like, okay, it's gonna alternate which one's stunning and which one's slowing. Is, like, the 2 orbiting parts of the atom, I believe, are different colors as well. Or at least they're represented in different colors, usually. So having them be 2 different effects made sense. I just way overthought how that worked, even though the words were right in front of me of what it did. Don't ask where my head is today. I can't tell you even if I knew. There we go, upgraded Cremator. Still only E5 attack speed, but now it's doing 3 instead of 1. So we take those. That's another level 2 Executioner. And this is definitely succeeding in converting the tiles around here, so it gets to keep doing its job. Go ahead and put the Creative Painter on this blind tile? Sure. You'll still hit the middle. And it's got almost a 3 attack speed now. This is definitely the most powerful setup we've managed to get. Now that we're getting a bunch of things that aren't immune to slows anymore, now we put the emitter down over here. They do have 30 magic resist, but it doesn't seem like it's mattering with the volume of fire they're getting hit with. And we do have a decent amount of default magic piercing. So it's not like they can really stop that. Contact lenses. Towers gain an amount of range equal to 1.2% times the wave number. Okay, so they just gain scaling range. That's actually pretty cool. Ooh, Crystal Miner. Round start, generate 2, 7, 25 crystals. So every wave, you're going to be gaining free crystals. But you have to pay out 2 mana for it, so it's a risk reward there. Fissure, we've seen Premonition. Draw 2 extra cards next round. We'll go ahead and take the Crystal Miner. It might get me killed, but the money. The money. Okay, so what are we dealing with here? Okay. 1 wave in the middle that splits into 2 and then curves back. Okay. That's not ideal, but it'll be fine. We put an Executioner here on the Dark Matter tile. And then we put an Orbiter here on the Blind tile? Yes. Yes. Everything that walks through here is gonna get pummeled with atoms. To shreds, you say? To shreds, you say? Speaking of to shreds, their speed will be torn to shreds by the emitter. Yes. And they can't walk through with stealth. Alright, this map's over. Don't need to do anything else. Just gonna dust my hands off and walk away. No. We're not going that far. Because eventually they're gonna scale up enough, so I do actually need to still place things. What is making that noise? Oh, probably the giant that was immune to the stun. I assume that sound was it like deflecting the stun or something. They really need to give me... They need to stop giving me these central hallways. Oh, no, it's the cable guy. The cable guy's making the doing noise. He just doings at things, I guess. I'm not gonna double up the emitters this time. That would be just too much. It is interesting how a tower on a dark matter tile can't be moved, but if it upgrades, it gets removed from there still anyway, so that's a way around the fact you can't move them. At the rate this is going, this genuinely is turning into what a tower defense usually ends up being, which is just chatting with extra steps. Because some of these are just turning into autopilot to win. Okay, we can level up our atomic orbiter. Ooh, they turn blue. Neat. And it's kind of more of a star pattern than an atom pattern now. To be honest, but it still works. Nothing's gonna get down there anyway. I don't even know why I'm keeping it there, aside from just in case. It doesn't really matter if the Crystal Miner gets upgrades, but we'll go ahead and place him down. This way we get the 2 crystals per round. And put Apprentice in play. We can actually get the upgraded card dealer, which just gets a purple border, it looks like. And he gets a little faster. His damage... Actually, I think his damage had to have gone up. I should have looked at the card before placing it. It's fine. And I do appreciate the fact that it's literally just shooting cards at things. Very Yu-Gi-Oh! Looking cards at that. With the particular back and border that they have. We could put a terraformer down, but there's not a point to that. Let's just get more crystal miners down. They are surviving. They're not gonna make it, but they are surviving longer. Ooh, Golden Hook. You can remove or duplicate cards more than once at any given shop. Well, I haven't really used that feature to begin with, but that's potentially useful. Let's see. Deadly Storm. Rebound and deal 10% of enemy max health as magic damage for each spell you cast this wave. So I would be able to cast that twice because it's 0 cost. So it would at least be able to do 10% the first time, and then... Actually, no, it might be 0% the first time, is it would be 0 spells cast unless it counts the first one immediately? I could see 2 ways for that. Replicating Sprouts. Rebound on play if you have 4 cards on hand or less. Create a copy of this card in your hand. And it also has Rebound, so it would create a copy of itself as well. So that would start to get a little stupid. And of course, Fireball. Deal 120 plus 20% enemy missing health magic damage. I think we re-roll this, though. Try that again. Elite Reinforcements. Whenever you play a tower that costs 3 or more, gain 1 shield. Another emitter or another enlightened mage. Let's go ahead and take the elite reinforcement and spell. Okay, so similar case to before. 2 waves come together and are going to get screwed because I have an elite emitter in my hand. Like, I'm going to continue to abuse that for this run, and then as soon as this run's over, we forego using those emitters ever again. Because these emitters are too good. Like, maybe we'll revisit them when I go to a higher difficulty or something, where they'll probably be necessary to use. So let's see. Orbiter. Orbiter. Here? Over here. Yeah, that giant was gonna go right through because we couldn't slow him. Okay, so spell mana and regular mana can work together to cast enchantment. I kind of figured. What's coming in this time? Berserkers, but no giants, so we're probably fine. I'll go ahead and play the reinforcements then. That's what the determining factor there was. I don't think I'm going to take these cable guy things anymore either, because I'm going to get very quickly tired of the noise that they make. I don't think there's a point in doubling up on the emitters. I say that and then I'm thinking about it again, like, you know, I could though. What if I did? Storm. Blinding Light, because it'll take from the spell power anyway. Upgrade our Executioners, put him back where he belongs. May as well put a Terraformer down, see if he can start cleaning these red tiles up. Last Hope's a little bit cheaper because we got dinged up a bit. We might actually manage to cast that before this fight's over. If we get hurt again. But place down some more Executioners. Would you be able to... Yeah, you still have good reach there, so we'll put you there. Anything that walks up to that point is just going to be barraged immediately. Like that, yeah. Upgrade our Apprentice. Apprentice no longer. You are now Novice. Congratulations. I don't know why I even bothered putting that second Terraformer down. A lot of the territory's already yellow tiles, but what about turning all of them yellow, though? Oh wait, yeah, it's creating yellow tiles on free spots, not converting the negative ones. So yeah, there's room to fill the map. Sure, carry on. You have fun doing that. Card dealer. Just basic infantry. There we go. Now it'll make 10 at a time. Aim for fun. Holy Executioner some more. 2 more of them and we'll get our maxed out Executioner, which I don't think we've seen yet. I think we had like 2 yellows before, but we never had the tier 3. Also, this whole filling out the map thing with yellow tiles is actually very funny. Definitely means we don't need any of those can be placed on free spaces units. There aren't gonna be free spaces after a while. Doesn't matter. Sure, go ahead and put a purifier down. We haven't used those in a while. I do wonder what would happen if I have emitters firing at each other. Would they counteract each other? Probably not. It'd be funny if it did, though. That would actually be a very funny mechanic if the slow was because they were pushing the enemy back, so if you had one firing the other way, they would just equalize. Hey, ABC. Yeah, sure, we'll just throw a crystal miner over there, make some free money. Sounds good. Down another apprentice. Max out our Executioner. Okay, yeah, that one got dispelled. But we still have another copy in our hand, so we can still use that one. So 18 damage, 7 attack speed, 48 magic piercing, and 235 range is its highest it goes. Is the 50% increase from the tile there is probably as high as we'll ever get something to go. They started making progress, and then they hit all of the orbiters, and it was over. Speaking of, there we go. Down another 3 minutes? No, I can't. I can't afford it. Can't afford another apprentice, though. So now we have 2 tier 2 apprentices out. Now these guys are medics. Heal this, idiot. Cast has been cancelled. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, I think we're fine. Just go ahead and put another crystal miner down. That guy is durable, huh? He's a titan. That's why. He's still living. He's gonna deal damage. There's not much I can do about him. He just has entirely too much health. Okay, wait. Oh! I understand now. We have more than one copy of Holy Executioner in the deck, so the one that was used to get the tier 3 upgrade got dispelled, but we still have the other copy of it. As you'll see, there's one copy there and then one copy here. That's why. Okay. I'm steadily putting together the pieces here. So if you have multiple copies of the card, you can end up getting multiple tier 3s. If you've only got one copy of a card, you can't get multiple tier 3s. And there we go, we made it through that map. Orb of Truth, gain 1 more mana each round, just like the Orb of Strength. Oh yeah, that was the boss round for Area 2, wasn't it? Huh. Shining Intellect, draw 2 more cards each round. Spell Elixir we've seen before. Compulsive Reader, draw 1 more card each round, gain 9 luck. We'll take the 9 luck, because 2 cards every round would be not effective, I don't think. Huh. Cost 0, does 14 damage. Edge every every 2 seconds, essentially, because it's half an attack a second. But you draw 1 less card each round with the Reckless Scientist. But it doesn't stack, so presumably, as soon as you play 1 Reckless Scientist, you can play any other ones and it doesn't have any drawback anymore, which seems bad? And of course, we have another copy of Brainstorm, and we have Blizzard. I'm actually going to skip this because I don't want any of those. And we've made it to Sector 3. Oh, there is a special boss to these. I didn't even bother hovering. Or is this... Maybe this one is a special boss and the other ones weren't. So I swear the other ones just said boss. But apparently the Saboteur every 5 seconds will disable 2 random towers for 5 seconds. So basically, until he disables another pair. So that's potentially upsetting. We've got an event, Horde, Elite, Horde, Shop. Well, we're gonna hit the event because that's what we have. Oh, it's the Crystal Extractor again. Sure, we'll do that. Free money. What basic towers did I end up getting stuck with? A basic bomber and a basic archer. That's fine. The hordes are pretty fun, so we'll go ahead and do the horde. We got a shotgun for free. Now, this hand is not that stellar for this situation, but it's fine. The way my hand keeps changing is a little bit of a problem. Start stacking up purifiers. That's not the one I wanted. There we go. Now we've got control. Yeah, at 3 speed, these are kind of a problem because I can't actually play cards as fast as I'm drawing cards. Okay, hang on. I'm turning the speed down so I can actually play here. I would probably need to start using hotkeys to be able to handle that. Otherwise. Nah. We already have a cable guy down and I already don't want to deal with the noise he's gonna make. We are generating so much mana now, though. There we go. We won. Go ahead and turn the speed back up again. Let's see. Emblem of Protection. Towers cannot be deactivated. All towers can attack cloaked enemies. And that's an emblem. Emblems are unplayable cards that give a passive effect as long as they're in your hand. That's incredibly powerful as long as it happens to be there. Mana Impulse. Costs 3. Increase your maximum spell mana by 2 for the rest of combat. And Star Power. The next enchantment you cast this round costs 2 less. Dispel costs 0. I'm gonna take the Emblem of Protection in case it happens to come up into my hand when the Saboteur's in play, I think. I think that's the smartest choice there. And then, since the ad's about to start, before we go into the next one, I'm gonna get up for a second. I need to hit the restroom for a quick sec, so I'll be right back. Alright, back to it. We could hit the enemy, but I want to hit those elites, and even if I go to the event, we can't get the elite, so I guess we're just going straight for the elite then. There's the Emblem of Protection, which is in action, but we're dealing with 2 bulwarks, so that doesn't matter. We have less range, they have more armor. Ooh, nuke. When any tower is placed on this tile, it explodes along with adjacent tiles, dealing 30 plus 20 times tower mana cost % max health damage to all enemies. I keep not doing the placing towers during combat thing that the game clearly intends for you to do on occasion, because I spend all my mana before the wave even starts. But it's neat that there are things like that that exist. And of course we have the transporters here as well. Click on this tower, or on an active wave, to exchange positions with the other transporter, which in this case would be the tile right next to it, so it's not very useful. We also got a free Reaper, deal double damage to slowed or stunned enemies, so that's pretty nifty. Based on the way this is laid out. Oh, we also... Oh, this is the thing that the cable guys can be moved around from. Okay, there's a specific utility plug-in then. Minus 10% to everything. This tower can't be moved. Refund up to 1 mana when playing towers from hand here. So I could play cable guys there for free, basically, and then move them. Okay, that's what the benefit of that card is. Now it all makes sense. Yeah, we've got enemies coming from both angles here, so I'm probably best served by just building up in the middle here. So we'll put a thing there and a thing there and just hope for the best. There we go. Blinding Light, obviously, gets cast straight away. And we can put a Purifier down, so sure. We're getting 3 mana a turn now, so we can actually start playing stronger stuff. Boom. Get exploded. He thought he was getting away. Joke's on him. He thought he was going to live. Now those guys are gonna live, and that's a problem. Thankfully, they apparently don't do that much damage, so it's not as bad as I thought. Now we can put a static emitter into play. Hey, maybe the tower's sentient, you don't know. Just because the tower's a building doesn't mean it can't be sentient at the same time. There have been sentient buildings before. Which is always a little weird, but eh. See, exactly. It all works out. But move that over there now that it's upgraded. The cremator... I don't have too many great places to put it, but we'll put it there, I guess. And we'll ignore the basic bomber and just save the mana. There we go. Another wave cleared. Yeah, we'll actually use 2 emitters because we don't have a good angle. What's the question? I can tell there's a question coming. There's been plenty of tower defense games in the past couple of years, yeah. Ember Ward came out, I think, last year. God, what's the name of that one? Rune Roots, I think, came out either last year or this year. Tower Factory's still in the works. There's a bunch of them. They don't ever make it really high profile, but they exist. Yeah, also Tower Dominion came out, I think, earlier this year? I think it was. Time is funny, so I can't guarantee exactly on that, but I feel like that was this year. I mean, considering this is the year that Silksong finally actually happens, all bets are off about everything, I think. Especially since this is also the year we got a new Shinobi game, a new Ninja Gaiden. This year is weird. In a good way. Yeah, tower defense is fun. Especially on a day like this. You're gonna have to elaborate on that one because I have no idea what you're talking about. And that's a rare thing. I do not recognize that name offhand, no. I may know what it is, but not recognize the name, which happens a lot, but that definitely doesn't immediately mean anything to me. God damn it. You know, that is the problem with the card dealer, is it keeps drawing cards that immediately get traded away, so it doesn't really do what you'd want it to. I'm so used to card draw being helpful, but in this game it really isn't that much. That'll work. Just chuck another purifier down. Yep, that's warping. Delete a bunch of them with Sacred Punishment. Yeah, with the amount of card draw we have, we do keep getting Emblem of Protection back, so I think that'll work once we get to the Saboteur stage. Don't really need another Terraformer. I'd rather put another Creative Painter down. Yeah, like if Deep Sleep is like the name of a company, I probably wouldn't notice that information. But I may recognize titles of things they made. Okay, all stuns and slows last for 20% longer. That's useful. We'll take that. These options really aren't that great. Yeah, we'll skip that. Hit event, hit elite, yeah. You're under enemy fire. Since you're at such a disadvantage, the logical thing to do would be to flee, but your sensors detect that there may be valuable relics in this area. 8% chance of obtaining the Nova Ring, huh? Sure. Failure. It looks like it doesn't change what artifact it is either, so we'll try one more time and then we'll leave. Nope. We're out of here. We did get free crystals, which is why I was willing to sit there and take the hits. Okay, so we got a Beacon of Hope for free, which does literally nothing, since there were no enemies on the field yet. We got Negators and Medics. We don't have tiles in a particularly great position to use these emitters this time. Our best place is going to be to do this. I get the feeling there's going to be a massive wall of text incoming based on the amount of time that there's been since this topic came up. Wow, he really is just taking no damage, huh? Don't Escape I've heard of. Deep Sleep I didn't know anything about. That one did, I think, miss me completely. I may have seen it in my Newgrounds days, but I don't think I ever clicked on it. So it would have had no connection there. So I'm not huge into point and click stuff. Like now and then I'll dabble if it's got something interesting going on, but not usually. Actually, you should probably be on the piercing tile there. Blinding lights so they can't stealth, and then chuck the crystal miner over there. But it is good to see more of that stuff actually like coming out in a paid form, because those even Flash developers put good work into their stuff and deserve to be getting something back for their work. I would be shocked otherwise, yeah. Put another Enlightened Mage over there, put all the Executioner there, and that's good enough. I could put the basic bomber down, but honestly, I have enough crystals, I may just remove those next time we get to a shop. We could also upgrade them into being the regular forms of those cards, but I don't care enough about them to do that. Yeah, go ahead and double up on emitters on this one. Since they are actually making progress, we'll just put a no on that idea. And get that upgraded so I can put him up there. Get the cremators upgraded. I can put it... Actually, no, put it on the other tile. Oh, right, I put it on one I can't move it from. Well, that's fine. 33% is still decent, and that does give increased range instead of decreased range, so it's okay. This hand is not great, but it'll do. Yeah. I do recognize the Don't Escape name. I do remember playing at least one of those once upon a time. I don't really remember it like at all in any real capacity, but I do remember at least seeing one of them. Upgrade the apprentices. Well, yeah. A lot of things that came out in that time frame, especially coming out on Newgrounds itself, will be pretty short because they had limitations. Like, it was rare that things were actually long as far as Flash stuff went. Well, it's the fourth game. I would be surprised if they didn't continue expanding. Just becomes a matter of, can they actually expand it in a meaningful way, or is it just bigger? There are a lot of things guilty of the, oh yeah, we just made everything more. It's like, well, that's great to a point. Brainstorm, play the free apprentice. Now I actually sit here and think about what I'm going to play beyond that. Sure, more purifiers, more executioners. Look at all that thought I put into what I'm doing. Yeah, we definitely aren't going to use these emitters ever again. They're too much. For each 3 different level 3 towers in play, towers gain 4% range. Well, we're not getting much out of that because I don't get level 3s that often. Sniper. I've had basic snipers before. They're pretty good. Yeah, that's fair. End of wave while Emblem of Life is in your hand. Restore 1 health as long as you have 20 cards. I'm thinking we take the railgun. Just because it's a railgun. The sniper is probably the more effective choice, but it's a railgun. Ooh, we could hit a forge as well. Okay, let's hit the event, then hit the forge, then hit the shop, then hit the rest site, then hit the boss. Civilians in distress. Sure, I'll take the money. Forge, what did I want out of this? Obviously, some more starting mana. Yeah, that's probably enough. Just 2 more starting mana. So we'll be starting fights with 5 mana, and we have money to spend here still. Emblem of Wealth, Wave End, gain 1 crystal for each 2 cards in your hand. It's kind of meh. Ethereal Blaster, when this tower levels up and improves more than other towers, Dispel. So you'd need multiple copies of this in the deck to be able to level it up, because it dispels every time you play it. It does cost 0 though, which ain't bad. But it is kind of a mid tower, so I'm not that interested. Ooh. Technical Prowess. Level 2 and 3 towers attack 10% faster. Level 3 towers also gain 10% range. And Eternum, gain 99 health regeneration. If you have a max health of 1, increase it by 9, ignoring all restrictions. So you can lower your max health down to 1, I guess, and then it puts it back to 10? Weird. Reduce all debuffs of red tiles in half. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about. Convert a random basic card to its non-basic version. So I can make the bomber and the archer we have a bit more viable rather than just dead cards in my hand. We have no rerolls, so we'll take Technical Prowess, and we'll go ahead and fix those cards. Because if we look now, it's an archer and a bomber. Bombers are actually fairly useful. Archers aren't bad. They're not incredible, but they're not bad. Is there anything I want to remove from this? Honestly, at this point, I'd probably remove the Crystal Miner. I don't think we're really ever going to be in need of that, because we're heading on out of here, and I don't know if there's an act after this. And we'll go ahead and take the Ancient Sigil, because I've got money for it. Rest site. We'll go ahead and take the health. And off to the Saboteur. We got a free Blind Prophet. 3 damage, 6.75 attack speed, decent magic pen, decent range. Fires a low accuracy torrent of magic bullets. Gains almost perfect accuracy and piercing when placed on a blind tile. Well, that would be great if I could move this, but it's a free E1, so I can't actually move it. So just a Vanguard. We'll put the railgun right up at the front. I do like that there's a new music track happening. That's fun. Yeah, that railgun does some work. Okay. This, I think, might be the first new music track we've heard in this game at all. So this must be something fairly significant. Do the same trick we've been doing. Put the emitter blocking the initial pathway. Go ahead and put the bomber in for fun. This way they have to stay where the railgun fires. We'll go ahead and put a purifier. Not there. Because it won't have enough range. We'll put it there. Even though it's not going to be that useful there, it'll be more useful than where it won't reach anything. Blinding Light into play, brainstorm up some more cards. Specifically, get our Executioner upgraded. And then put a Cremator on the Magic Piercing? Sure. It's probably not going to be that important for it. It's also not going to shoot that much. So when we get a mage, I'll probably put him there instead. But he can take that tile for now. I actually probably should have put that Terraformer down because our biggest problem right now is the tile positioning is kind of garbage here. There's our mage, so go ahead and move the Cremator down to here, put the mage here so he can take advantage of the piercing increase. And we're gonna bank that 1 mana. Because they're not even making it around the first corner, so it's not like I need to rush. Rush to put towers down. And I've already put quite a few towers down anyway. So we can start just banking mana to put some bigger stuff into play. Could be that guy and put more emitters down. Like here. That'll still catch the ones that are on the lower side of this. I could also just move the Apprentice, though. No, because that'd be the same height, so it wouldn't matter. I would have to move one of these for it to matter, and I don't want to. We'll take the elite reinforcements. There's the Terraformer I was waiting for. So hopefully it'll start giving me some tiles up here that I can use. Though, then again, it is nearby where this is placed. So really, I shouldn't have put it here. That was a terrible decision on my part. But we can get the upgraded emitter, which will make their life miserable as they're trying to come in. Would love to get the upgraded railgun going. We'll just start placing some railguns. Actually, have you prioritize highest health. That makes sense. I haven't even been using the target prioritizing because it just doesn't matter most of the time. Yep, that's a neutralizer in play, but it didn't live very long. Welcome back, ABC. Go ahead and get an upgraded Cremator. Decent so far. Nothing too remarkable, but it's at least a fun game. There we go, there's our upgraded railgun. Go ahead and switch this one to highest health as well, now that it does way more damage. Just let it do its thing. Still haven't seen another copy of my Terraformer, which is unfortunate. Make one mistake and I'm just not allowed to have nice things ever again. But you know, nothing new about that really at the end of the day. You've made a mess of that sentence. And I'm not sure what you're trying to ask. If you're trying to ask how far in are we, we're in the third area fighting the third boss. Whatever else that sentence is supposed to be, okay. That's understandable. I just took one look at that, I'm like, okay, I think I understand what is being asked. I have had to translate for exhausted brain many a time, so I understand. That guy was surviving pretty well. What if we just made them not able to go anywhere? What if they just couldn't play? What if they just couldn't move? No. Well, no, I made the only comment I was going to make. I was saying no. It's fine, we have plenty of health. Inevitably, one of them was gonna get through. Because those Titans just have insane amounts of health, so there's only so much I can do to stop them, even with slowing them a lot. These weapons aren't that powerful. There we go, we can get an upgraded mage in there, so that'll help. You know, let's slow them even more with the Forest Elder. Fine, why not? They seem to have enough slow resist that they can actually push forward through what I'm doing here, which upsets me greatly. But on the bright side, we're building enough ground here that we can actually get more set up in front of them. Purifier up there now that it's upgraded. We have a Sacred Punishment if anything manages to make some headway here. Not looking like they're gonna, though. We don't need more Terraformers because we actually have a good amount of ground here now. Which, actually, I should move this Executioner up and this Cremator up. We're kind of just committing to, if they die here, great. If they don't, uh-oh. That's basically where we're at this point. Now, the problem is, I'm running out of places to put things that are going to be close enough for most of my units to be able to do anything here. I kind of wish I had static rifles right now. You guys haven't seen them because they haven't spawned for us, but they work the same as the emitters do, except they just shoot damaging bullets forward. So I would just fill this area here with static rifles pointing that way, and it would just bury the area in bullets. It would be fantastic. Wait, that's tier 3 now. You go back where the tier 2 one was. Sure. It was fine before, but the new song is probably a little louder than the other ones were. There you go. That should be better. It sounded fine to me, but sometimes it can be a little odd. No problem. I'll probably have to turn it back up again when it goes back to the other song. Oh, put another one of those there, put that there. Sure, we'll put another Forest Elder in as well. Keep slowing them down. It's a little aggressive. It's fun, but it's a little aggressive. It's better than the song that was there before. I can definitely tell you that one. The song that was going before was definitely tuned out in the first like loop or so of it. This at least has something going on. Well, yeah, welcome to how background music works. Background music is always repetitive. It's designed to just be in the background and get ignored after a bit, without taking too much away from anything else that's happening. Oh, that's the Saboteur, but he can't do his thing because I have the Emblem of Protection. He has a lot of health, though. We are not going to manage to kill him, so I hope he doesn't just do 11 damage when he hits me. Because I don't think we're stopping him. Oh. So it turns out it is 3 areas, but you may be wondering why he just suddenly disappeared. The Holy Executioner has a chance of instant killing something when it goes below a certain threshold of health. Turns out it works on bosses. Turns out it works on bosses. And that explains why there was a different music track there, because it was final stage. So we got 4 luck, minus 4% shield lost each round, 20 armor penetration, and 165 astral dust. Well, yeah, it's always great fun when something ridiculous like that happens. We'll take the extra luck. And I do think... yeah, we did not unlock a new deck. And it looks like leveling the decks just make them stronger. Oh, let's use a DLC deck then, since we kind of broke this a bit anyway already. Yeah, but I would say this is definitely much more boring. It's calming, yes, but it's very dull. Which there's nothing wrong with that for what this is meant to be as main menu music, but... it is what it is. Interesting. Alright. So this is an interesting one. It's all about specific tiles, because we got the Clairvoyant Cannons, which get extra range on Clairvoyant tiles, the Blind Prophets we saw before, Moonstone Saviors that we also saw before, and the Cable Guy. This could be an interesting setup. Oh, okay, so the tiles change. Oh, right, because it has the Infinity Potion. Round start, convert all non-path tiles into other random tiles. Gain 3% fire rate and range for each unique tile type your towers are placed on. All combats last for 2 more waves. Sure, you know what? This will be an interesting one. This is just goofy enough to be interesting. I feel like it's gonna backfire on me, but you know. And we'll go to Ascension 1, where enemies all have 25% more health. Let's do this. Cobalt Arrow. Towers gain 25 magic penetration and 12 armor penetration. Tactics which we've seen. And Forbidden Brew. Start each combat with 1 extra spell mana. We'll take the Cobalt Arrow. And we get a horde fight immediately, huh? Okay. That's gonna make the way this works really odd. Put you on the blind tile, put you on there. There are Moonstone tiles. Let's take advantage of that Moonstone tile. Let's turn down the game speed so I can actually control things here, because for those that weren't here earlier, how Horde maps work is they're on a timer instead of on a wave number. So it'll just keep going until the timer runs out. It doesn't actually, like, pause in between waves or anything. Because there is no in-between waves anymore. And now that we're back to this song, I'm gonna push it back up a little bit because it is now a little too quiet. It's starting to get a little bad. There we go, give that Prophet perfect accuracy with the blind tile. He's got 10.9 attack speed. Ridiculous. Oh, the blind tile is gone now. No, it's still there. Yeah, the fact that this is all, like, specific tile interaction cards and then the tiles change makes this kind of ridiculous. Like, this does not particularly work, but it's very interesting. Like, it definitely works better in a horde fight, actually, because we'd be having a lot more trouble with entire waves that we can't actually use our effects properly against. I'm gonna get very tired of the cable guy noise, though. Just going dying, 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 dying. I get him for free. We can play another Moonstone Savior. Oh yeah, there's EMP shield tiles we've never seen before, too. There we go. There was a bot. Boards are nice, though, because they give a lot of money. Crystal Miner, Evil Magician, or Railgun. We've had all of these before. I think I'll take the Evil Magician, because I don't really want to burn our reroll already. And I don't want to skip it, either. Yeah. Go to the enemy, then go to the elite, then go back up to the shop when we have more money. Place the Blind Prophet here, even though it's not going to be a blind space anymore. We can... The thing about it being wave-based again now is I can actually move them as long as they don't end up with a situation like that where it's a dark matter tile that they get moved to. So we can actually, like, move with the change in situation, as opposed to, guess we're just stuck there. So we can cheese some of these situations by just using the upgrade move that we've done before. Like, as long as this works, this is actually, like, crazy powerful. It's just very easy for it to end up not working. The Blind Prophets are actually, like, crazy good, it seems. Well, that guy's upsetting. He's out of here. Get some money. Let's see. Dark Reckoning. I've seen it before, but I don't think y'all saw it. Deal 200 physical damage to targeted enemies. Deal 600 true damage instead to level 2 or lower enemies. Mystery Box. Transforms into a random tower 2 turns after being placed. Dispel. And Virtuoso, who the icon just looks like a railgun. Each shot has a high chance to deal critical strikes, scaling with luck. That would have been great in the last run. I'm taking the Mystery Box, though, because that's too funny. Just pure chaos. And now the Elite, with its one Vanguard coming out first. Vanguards have a decent amount of health. They do specialize in armor, so I probably shouldn't do the Clairvoyant Cannon I was thinking about doing. We'll go ahead and put down a Blind Prophet and a Cable Guy, I guess. If I had a different thing that cost almost 1, I could have played it, but we'll at least have 2 mana next turn. Okay, we're fine. Moonstone Savior goes there. Mystery Box goes, doesn't matter where. I don't really like the way it's pulsing in and out like that. It looks like it's alive, and I'm not sure how to feel about my Mystery Box breathing. Okay, you can be moved from the utility plug spot, so that's good. Move you there. What's that spot? That's not useful. Move you here. Move you there. Okay. There's just like an extra delay between rounds, basically, because I have to move all my towers around. Next turn, that'll turn into something. What are you again? You're my Blind Prophets. You go back there. Cable Guy doesn't really matter where he goes. You're stuck there because the utility plug-in appeared under your feet. Like, this setup gets carried by the power of the Blind Prophets. Okay, so at the end of this round, that'll change. Okay. I thought it was gonna change now. And yeah, Crimson Eyes are, ooh, down range and down damage. Good thing I avoided all the ones that did that then, huh? Ugh. Can't move my Blind Prophet, which really sucks. So he's gonna be way less effective now, aside from when things are right next to him, which thankfully they're pretty frequently next to him. I got Old Reliable. Whenever this tower would get deactivated, prevent it and gain crystals instead. Not bad, not bad. And he does solid damage, so we'll just move him closer to the conflict here, so he can actually participate. My Blind Prophet keeps ending up with a utility plug spot underneath him, so I can't move him to make him more effective. In fact, literally everything other than the guy who could move off of that tile ended up on one of those tiles. I hate it here. Old Reliable sure does live up to its name, though. It has long range, decent damage, and just keeps on plinking away at its enemies. Okay, you can actually be moved this time. You actually can't for a change, because you're on a Dark Matter tile. I'm gonna move you there. There we go. I do think it might start to get a bit infuriating to keep moving the towers around all the time, so I may start only doing it once I think we're in danger. Though right now we're basically constantly in danger, so of course I'm moving them all the time. Because we're not strong enough right now to get away with just ignoring the problem. The mass stunning from the Moonstone Savior, though, when it works, is actually really good. Lunar Ring. Single target projectiles gain 5 armor and 5 magic penetration for each second they spend on screen. Interesting. So long distance shots get way better. Blazing Seal, we've seen. Blind Prophet, we have. Warp Shock. Enemies that get teleported get stunned for 2.5 seconds. Doesn't really help us. I'm actually going to take the Blazing Seals, because those are just going to be nice, solid methods of causing damage, and we know path tiles won't change, so it works. So I'm going to go ahead and go upward from here. Unlicensed modding. A very heavily modded spaceship hails you. Hey, want to try out some shiny new tech? Don't tell the IPU we're distributing these. So lose 32 crystals, upgrade 2 random stats, then downgrade 1 random stat, or spend half that, upgrade 1, downgrade 1. We'll take the 2 upgrades in exchange for the 1 downgrade. Our health went down 1. That's our health regeneration, rather, went down 1. But I think our luck and something else went up? These mods haven't been heavily tested, but they can be worth the risk sometimes. We all know how I feel about modding, so, you know, seemed worth it. Got Spike Thrower, very high rate of fire with low range and damage. Vortex we've seen. Holy Executioner we've obviously just seen. Contact Lenses we've seen as well. Getting a lot of repeats this time, even with all of the stuff we have going. Ionized Field could be nice. Slow all the enemies by 10%. I think we'll grab that in the Spike Thrower. There we go. I could reroll, but I'll wait for when we have more money to reroll. Pull a shop, I think. New Elite. Mystery Box. Yay! We still haven't used the Clairvoyant Cannon, but I think it's just going to continue not getting used for the moment. Actually, this round might be a good round to place it, but the Mystery Box, though. The Mystery Box. The fact that it can be leveled up is wild to me, by the way. The fact that you could upgrade the Mystery Box makes me wonder what the upgrade does for it. Does it just, like, make a random level 3 tower instead, then? I would assume so. That would make the most sense for that to be what it does, but I don't know. Now, the smart play would be the Blind Prophet and the Moonstone Savior, or the Blind Prophet and the Mystery Box, but we're gonna put the Clairvoyant Cannon down because we just haven't used it yet. And it has global range. You know what? I'm happy with having done that. Oh, it tracks even when it pierces. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I made the right choice just by placing that. And this is why I wasn't sure how I felt about these seal pieces, is I basically have to place it like there to guarantee things will hit it, because otherwise they might just end up above or below it. But we'll try it out. Oh right, I didn't move the Clairvoyant Cannon. No. Oh, and now I can't move it. The game's punishing me for my shenanigans. I don't appreciate being punished for my shenanigans. Give that a ton more attack speed. Put a Moonstone Savior there. There we go. That should save the situation we're in. Okay, Spike Thrower is literally just a basic machine gun. Okay. Spike Thrower is also stuck there. Give you back your global range. Oh, you got Crimson Eyed. Damn it. Well, put a mystery box over there. We'll figure it out later. Pew, 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 pew. Okay, it doesn't track much when it pierces. It gets to turn a little bit. But at least it doesn't have to be like a direct line, which is what I thought it was gonna be. Click on the blind spot, this will be funny. Hit it with you. You two are just gonna shoot all of the spikes. Give back your global range, give you your stun spot. We'll just hold the mana for now. Oh yeah, they have 15% more speed here too. Thankfully, we knocked that down by 10% first, so kind of works out. Good Spike Thrower. Sure, go on a Dark Matter spot so you go up to 7.6 attack speed. That's fine. You need to not be on that tile. There's no Moonstone tiles, so you can't actually get a good tile, so just sit there. You're stuck there, which really sucks. Go ahead and put a Blind Prophet at the beginning. I was debating the evil... We got a laser spinner. It just rotates in lasers. Okay. You know what? That's fine. It actually worked out. It killed the enemy for me. I did not... I did it bad. I saw that color and I'm like, oh yeah, that's the blind tile. No, it isn't. I'm the one that's blind. Sometimes. Oh, you just got your clairvoyance back. Good for you. On the bright side, that is a decent location for it, because it'll cover a good amount of the area. We can't upgrade it because we definitely aren't going to have more of those, but it's fine. Teardrop Bracelet. Oh yeah, that's the one that gives us mana for crystals. We could get another Moonstone Savior, but we don't really need that. Sentry Squad could be fun. Spawn 3 sentries, which basically just... Wait, why would you even have that be the way that spell works? Because that's going to spawn 3 sentries and they're going to turn into 1 sentry because they're going to upgrade. What? Why not just have it spawn 1 upgraded sentry? I mean, I guess in case you have, like, extra sentries already. Well, we're gonna take that anyway because it technically is only gonna cost us 1 to get 3 sentries, but it'll cost us 1 spell mana. So it's probably worth it. Upgrading a stat. Every time we upgrade a stat at the rest site, it's been magic penetration. I think quite literally every time. At the very least, every time I've been paying attention, it's been that. Down free Spike Thrower. Mystery box because it's fun. 1 Moonstone Savior. I'm gonna go ahead and put the Blazing Seal right here in this choke point. We only have 1 mana, so I can't sentry... Well, actually, no, I can sentry squad, so... Squad up. Yeah, see, it does instantly turn into a level 2 sentry. Which does still have the timer on it, so it's actually not that great. That's what I wanted to learn about it, was whether it was time limited like the ones you get from the Sentry Builder or not. And the answer to that is yes. Yes, it is. So many of my things are stuck on tiles, though. Not that it matters, they're not getting anywhere. Okay, so the exchange rate on the Sentry Squad thing is actually not that great. You get a tier 2 sentry for 2 turns, and then it's gone. It's actually kind of bleh. Not impressed. 0 out of 10 would not sentry again. Ooh, we got a rebound? No, we just got something we already could have. We got a Blind Prophet. We did only pay 1 for it, though, so it is cheaper. There is that. Just not what I was hoping for. Speaking of, hey, how about we put down another one? Like, it is an extra step towards getting an upgraded one, so it's not the worst thing. I do kind of wish the mystery box wouldn't dispel, though, so I could just bury the map in random garbage. Just because it would be funnier. And I don't even want it to be that way because it would be useful. Which it would be useful. It would just be very funny just scattering a bunch of junk around and seeing what pops out of the boxes. Like, I would probably play an entire deck that is things like that. We could gear up Brainstorm again. For the random. Scrap Recycler. On play, draw one card and lose one crystal. Can be played with 0 crystals. I guess you would get 1 card regardless? How much damage do you do? 5 and you're kind of slow. No, definitely taking the Brainstorm. We'll hit the Forge because we can boost up our luck a bit. And then it's boss time. So let's see, they start off split and then they come together down here, so we may as well fight them down here. Blind Prophet, Mystery Box, Spike Thrower. Let's go. Ooh, Rebound Shock. Deal 40 magic damage, increase the damage of all Rebound Shock cards by 10% this combat. That's not a bad thing to have brainstormed into. Put you there. No, the Spike Thrower can stay there. I don't really see a reason to move it more significantly than that. Rebound Shock. Yeah, because we'll keep getting Rebound Shock back because our deck is very small right now. So it'll cycle pretty easily. Go ahead and get rid of that notification. I will just make sure to respond to all of those later. Obviously, we put down the Spike Thrower because it's free. You need to go on a Moonstone tile because you're useless without it. You need to go on a Blind tile for similar reasons. I'm tempted to save up for the Clairvoyant Cannon. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Brainstormed into Mind Crush. Okay, you're already on a blind tile, so you're fine. You don't want to be on those negative tiles. That one you're stuck with. There we go. Constantly just having to shift around for this. And we still didn't stop them. Yikes. Hate that for me. Ooh, Tinker's Remedy. Reset the attack cooldown of all towers. That would take some timing. Unless you have a lot of slow towers, which could easily happen. And we got a Glacial Laser, and it's currently stuck. Which kind of sucks, but we'll point it that way so it'll at least get everybody that comes through that choke point. I guess we could reposition to make use of that. At least somewhat. Not that it mattered. I think Random Bullshit Go might not be working. Don't know what's giving me that idea, but I get the feeling it's not working. I can move you now, though. And I do want it to be on a Moonstone tile, because the increased slow will be good. But maybe not that one. Air, perhaps? No, that's not that much better. I wanted to be able to hit both halves of the wave, but I think I'm just not going to be able to get that lucky. Hey, Hui. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you popping in. Yeah, because even if I put it here, most of the wave's going to go around it. Like everything that's going that way, for example. The only way I can get it to hit everything is if I take it off of the Moonstone spot, and I think I will just make do with that for the moment, just so it slows everything. we'll put a Blazing Seal underneath it. Take advantage of that. Now we move all of these idiots around. Go ahead and go on that tile. You go there, you go there. Alright. Yeah, because now they take a ton of damage just crossing over the Blazing Seal spot. I'm gonna play that Rebound Shock just to boost all future Rebound Shocks. Ooh, recycle. Wave start. Return a random tower or spell in your dispel pile to your hand. That'll be great, except I can't cast it right now because I can't afford it. But what that'll do is it'll get me my mystery box back, which will get me another random tower, which will get me another potential thing. And just, it'll get sillier from there. That's the entire plan. If you thought there was going to be a more thought out plan, well, I don't know if there could be one, because there's only so much thought to be had there. I think that's good enough. Because they start at such a health disadvantage because of the Blazing Seal. Still not enough, apparently, but, you know. We are getting debuffed a bunch of the time, so it is a little bit of an issue. And a lot of the time we're ending up with a lot of our towers that we can't move, so issues. It's fine. We'll double up on the Blazing Seals based on how much damage this has actually been doing. Of course, then they sent heavier things, which I would have known if I'd looked, but it's more fun to me to just let it fly. Because if I was aiming to be effective, I wouldn't be running at 3 times speed and just throwing towers on the board. This hand sucks. I can, however, Rebound Shock problems away. Like that. Except they didn't die like I thought they would, even with the boosted damage. Yikes. This might be where the goofy run here ends. I'll be honest with you. This is not looking great. So this is last wave, so we shouldn't get taken out here. It's just not gonna be a good situation going forward. Blind tile there, so I guess you're going there. We do have enough for Mind Crush, so I may just actually go for that. So it's gonna be 3 times X, which will be the cards in my hand minus 1, so it's only actually gonna be 6. But it is 6 damage to all enemies, but most enemies are gonna have way more health than that, so I don't think it's worth it. I think I'm better off playing out the rest of the towers I can make instead. The rest of them are stuck. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll place a cable guy somewhere. Place him for free, so I'll just place him for free, and then he goes here, I guess. Did not matter in the slightest. God damn. The medics just healed each other and actually did do enough damage to kill us. Okay, never mind. Right side, that got me to level 10 so I can actually do the other deck in progression. So one could say that it all worked out. Which we get. I didn't know this was going to be the next deck. I just want everybody to know I didn't know this was coming up. But we got exactly what I wanted. The deck of 12 random cards. Just pure chaos mode. So let's see. Healing Cloak. Whenever you add a card to your deck, restore 1 health. Demon Tail. All towers gain 0.5% critical strike chance for each card in your deck. Or the Dragon Initiative, which we saw before. During the first 10 waves of each combat, gain 50 armor pen. We're gonna go ahead and take the critical strike chance per card in deck, because we already have 12 cards, so that's already 6% critical strike chance. And you can see how that's going to grow from there. That's just a flat useful. The healing cloak's also a good idea, but aggression. Let's see what we got. We got Void, Sweet Vengeance, Extractor LX2, which gives me mana every round, but it costs 4 to play it. Fisher, Eternal Sunshine, BF Rifle, Infernal Beam, Deadly Storm, Nightcrawler, Emblem of Protection, EMP Grenadier, and Heart of the Cards. So, I don't mean to alarm anyone, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards that are more or less unplayable most of the time out of the 12 cards we have. You know, that's great, right? Yeah. Like, I can play the Infernal Beam turn 1, but any turn after that, it's not really gonna work. And the Nightcrawler loses fire rate for every enemy alive, so it's not great. The MP Grenadier is at least good. I think we play the Infernal Beam, since its damage will scale up the longer it's attacking. And we can put it on a nice big area here. Yeah, it's just like a big magnifying lens. That was a one-wave fight. Oh, apparently I have 2 random artifacts as well. I have the Golden Hook and the Ancient Sigil that I didn't realize I had. Impact Sprayer shoots inaccurate bullets that deal more damage the healthier enemies are. That's pretty fun. We've had the other ones already, so I guess I'll take that, even though it is a 2 cost, which is a horrendous idea under the circumstances. Shady Technician. When you get a message from what you'd swear is an enemy ship, even human scum deserve help sometimes. We offer repairs and weaponry free of charge. You can't help but think that something strange is going on. Restore all missing health, lose 2 max health, receive a random basic card, or commence an elite fight. You know what? I don't trust him. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna beat him up. Well, we got the Infernal Beam straight away again, so, you know, can't be going too wrong with that idea. And we have Deadly Storm in hand. Storm! Storm! There we go. The only thing I can play is Nightcrawler. I could void out this hand, which is not the worst idea, because it gets rid of the BF Rifle and the Sweet Vengeance that I'm not gonna be able to play anytime quick. But I think we do probably want to just play the Nightcrawler, even though he's not great. Put him up here on the blind tile. Make up for his decreased fire rate. Yeah, that damage was necessary. Without that, we weren't going to be able to get rid of him. Go ahead and put an EMP Grenadier here? Yeah, because he'll be able to hit them while both towers are able to hit. Wow. The fact that that grenade just chased him over there was incredible. Part of the cards could be fun. Throw away your whole hand, draw that many again, but it does cost 2, which kind of sucks. I guess we're playing another Nightcrawler. And then... Deadly Storm! Deadly Storm! Sad. Bane of Existence. When did I... How did I get cursed? Why am I cursed? Ooh, how? What? When? Where? Why? Well, apparently I just have a Bane of Existence card now. Okay. Guess I'll just keep that. 'Cause I can't do anything about it. And apparently, according to that email... Wait, let me read that email before I say that. They're saying September's here, but is it actually starting today? Yeah, starting Friday, May the 29th, which is today. And 10 a.m. Pacific time through Wednesday the 1st, 10 a.m. Pacific time. So there you go. If you want cheaper gift subs, there you go. Yeah, they're also going to do bonus subs, it looks like. And that's through October 1st, so it is like the whole month. So there you go. And we'll have the boost from the Teardrop Amulet. Magic Aura. All towers in range get extra magic pen. I'm gonna take the Resilient Blaster because that's just a nice, safe one to balance out the random bullshit I've got going on. We'll hit the event and then go up to the elite and then go around, yeah. Risky upgrades. Now that we're in a peaceful area, maybe we could do some riskier upgrades to our spaceship. It could hurt us in the short term, but it'll help us in the end. Lose 4 health, gain 3 max health. Lose 25% attack speed for the next 3 combats, but gain 5% permanent attack speed after that. We'll go ahead and take the max HP, because I don't want to lose 25 attack speed right now. Not when we're going into an elite fight with a bunch of scuffed cards. Like this, the fact that I don't have a single tower in my hand. The curse of random bullshit go is very real. Alright, let's see. What am I gonna even do with this hand? The answer? Nothing. The answer is I just let the... Actually, no, because he's low enough level we can just Fissure him. Bang. That worked out, I guess. We do everything but the Infernal Beam this time, I think. Because we can get a bunch of towers this way. Both of which are, like, spray and pray, but it's fine. Resilient Blaster can go on the long-range tile. Because he'll just chip away at a few of them along the way. Well, this hand's sad. And we didn't need the fissure. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know if the discounts have kicked in quite yet, because I didn't see anything indicating that when we went to go live today. I would say it would probably be safer if you're planning on doing any kind of gift subs or such, probably wait till tomorrow to make sure they're actually active. Because I got the email, but I didn't see the Twitch notification for it yet. So I would say be a little cautious on that front. Oh, there we go. I don't have to worry about tiles that keep me from moving my stuff. So that'll help. And let's see. Dash. We've seen before. Crimson Anthem. Towers in range gain magic penetration. Red and Crimson Eye tiles give increased range and fire rate. Neat. Double Trouble fire dual projectiles to pierce through armor. We'll take that. Because I'm gonna not really be aiming to land on any of the red and crimson eye tiles. This would have been good on the last run where we just kept ending up on them. Because of the random tiles. Go to the forge, get me some more starting mana. We'll just take both hits of starting mana because of how expensive our cards are. And just, we won't be worrying about going to a shop. There's just 2 rookies coming out, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually play the Extractor. So we get extra mana, and then we'll put the Resilient Blaster down here. That should be enough to kill the rookies. Yeah. And this way we're gaining 2 mana a turn, so it'll be better for us in the long run of this fight. Which I'm now realizing is only 3 waves, so maybe I didn't need to worry about doing the smarter play there. You know, now and then I gotta demonstrate that I do actually have the capacity to make intelligent plays. Let's see. Blood Visions. At the start of your next round, draw cards until your hand is full. Martyr. Avid Reading, which I wouldn't mind having. And Laser Totem. Can't level up, emits a deadly laser that can be rotated manually. Sure, we'll take the Laser Totem. It's the same as the slowing laser, except it doesn't slow, it just murders. We can actually still potentially go to that shop, because we can go to the Horde after the Elite and make enough money to buy some stuff, probably. Go ahead and grab the Infernal Beam, put it here, so it just shoots everything and anything that goes through there the whole time. Blind the Resilient Blaster there. There you go. Pew, pew, pew. Love to have that Extractor, but that's just not happening. laser totem right here. So everything that passes through here is going to get cooked. It's not going to do a ton of damage, but it'll do a bit. What would actually be a better place for it is like one of these narrow corridors here, putting it here, aiming this way, so they have to sit and soak in it. Problem is it only covers one of the two sides, and that's why I'm doing this instead. In case anybody's like, you know, this would be more efficient. It's like, yes, but there's a problem with it. With the EMP Grenadier there, though, that'll work better. If the Grenadier hit at the right time. Which, you know, relying on that is certainly a choice. One that I don't really have much of a choice in. But it's working. That's what matters, is we're keeping the enemy under control. One of the Grenadiers will succeed in doing what I want. That guy was stealth, but I think since he hit the laser, I think it removed his stealth. Because he just suddenly was hittable. Unless they're only temporary stealth, but I'm pretty sure they stealth the whole time. Discipline. Gain 2 max health and 1 health regen. So that'll be helpful. And we've got a choice between Void, Runic Extractor, gain 1 max spell mana on play, and then every round start, gain 1 spell mana. So it's basically extra regen of that, or Rebound Shock. I'm going to take the free Rebound Shock, because Rebound Shock's pretty good. And off to the Horde we go. Okay, so they're just going from there, splitting there. We're going to ignore the fact that they split, because we're going to hopefully kill them off before they get out of there. Because we can place all 3 turrets just right there immediately. Turn the speed down, though, so I can actually play the cards as they come up. Because otherwise our hand is going to draw too fast, and I'm not going to be able to do anything. None shall pass. I can definitely turn the speed up a little bit. 1.5 was for when we had higher card draw and higher mana. It doesn't really matter as much right now. You know what? Get rid of this hand. That's better. Got Heart of the Cards right back, too, which is funny. You know, I think in a Horde fight, technically, the whole thing counts as the round, I think. So, actually, things like Deadly Storm is way better here. Not that it matters. These guys are going nowhere. I could just stop placing things at this point. I'm pretty sure we'd win. In fact, I'm absolutely sure we're going to win, because we did. Get 3 different hits of crystals. Teleport Seal. Can't be moved, can't level up, of course. Can only be placed on path tiles. Teleport back an enemy, then disappears. Oh, the seal disappears, though. Ew. Or the Exhauster. Permanently reduces enemy speed up to maximum 60% reduction. Ooh. The fact that it permanently reduces their speed is pretty great. So the highest it goes per hit is 4.5%, so not the biggest deal. We could get Song of Earth, which can give us more tile space every round, but I think the Exhauster's a good idea. We'll hit the shop before we hit this elite, because we can't turn around. Let's see, Sword of the Meek, 5 cost enchantment, and round start, level up a random level 1 tower that costs 0 mana by default. Okay, so that's only for 0 cost towers, though. If it was just like any level 1 tower, it would be fantastic. Holy Apprentice, which is pretty good. We've used him before. Arcane Eye. Gain 10% fire rate and range after wave 10 each combat. That's if there's a wave 10. Magical Scroll. Whenever you play a tower that costs 4 or more, stun all enemies for 5 seconds. Or the Antique Pistol. Towers gain in 0.12 flat fire rate. All of these kind of suck. I'll be honest with you. Try again. Let's see. Sentry, we've seen that before. It's a 0 cost that disappears after 2 rounds. But if you level it up, it would stay, so technically that's viable. Mana Artillery. Fires a mana laser each time you cast a spell. The damage scales with the spell cost, pierces and slows. If it wasn't every time I cast a spell, I'd absolutely be all about that. But since it requires spells being cast, it's not that great. Resonator Expert. Your arcane resonators don't get slowed by casting the same spells multiple times. Add an arcane resonator to your deck. Don't know what that is. Healing Cloak, we know is good. The Anemone, though. Add 1 starting mana. Transcend, reduce the overload threshold by 1. Give mana. Give. We can hit this enemy, then the elite, so we'll hit the enemy first. We start with 5 mana every combat now, so we can actually use things like the BF rifle. How much range do you have? Not that much. That's not great range for how slow you fire. I think you're sitting this one out, bud. Get the sprayer and the double trouble instead. It is just 1 rookie, but I don't want to have that moment of getting hit by a rookie and just being sad. So like, you're telling me you got beat up by the rookie? What are you doing? We got great starting mana. We just now need some mana regen of any kind and we'll be in business. You know, we'll put the laser there this time. Demonstrate how that ends up lining up. Ooh, that is evil giants, though. Ooh. There's no might be giants about it. Though he just... They just kind of impaled themselves on the laser. Luck Synthesis. Gain 3 luck permanently. Dispel. So every combat I could sit there and just gain 3 luck if I have enough mana. You know what, the hell with it, why not? We'll just get luckier and luckier every combat if I can manage to swing it. Infernal Beam and Laser Totem. Do I Laser Totem here? Do I Nightcrawler? The positioning for the Laser Totem here is not ideal. Unless I could do something funny. Because we can angle it diagonally. I feel like that's not going to be that effective, but we'll give it a try. No, they do sit in that for a little bit. I was right. Okay. And with the MP Grenadier, hee. Hit them with the Rebound Shock just so we get the Rebound Shock buffed. This hand is useless, but I'm not going to avoid it. Because they have potential in the future still. Actually, just keep banking the mana right now because we're actually doing fine. I have cursed myself. 100% cursed myself, but we got through it. It's absolutely okay. This is not what I was hoping for. Risk it again, then. You aren't that high a level, so get fissured. And that was the last wave. I don't even know why I was trying to save up for a higher power thing. Sentry Squad we know is not that great. Magic Launcher. Fires magical shots at a high rate of fire. Cost 1. 11 damage isn't bad. Seems like it's about the magic equivalent of an archer. And then the Holy Sword. Its fire rate, range, and magic penetration increases as your health gets lower. Interesting thought. But it is a cost 2. I'll take the Magic Launcher just because more cost 1 things will be good because we do have a bit of a top-heavy setup here. Or because of the random cards we got. Okay, it's boss time now. We can get the Exhauster out, actually, so we'll go ahead and put him over here. Magic Launcher. Actually, I wonder if this applies I don't know if that'll increase the amount of permanent slowdown it does, because it has an arrow symbol instead of the ice or the spiral, so I'm assuming that's not going to work, but... Yeah, no, I think I'm happier having that be on our attack speed increase. And we have the EMP Grenadier on the stun improver, of course. That just makes sense. Can't afford anything this turn. They get stunned for a real long time with the Grenadier upgrade, though. Alright, good night, ABC. Yeah, we'll see if we get a second win. Well, I don't know about that one. Yeah, we'll put a double trouble there. I think I'm actually going to move all my stuff back because we can't really take advantage of the exhauster slowing them down if nothing is after the exhauster. It is a little silly when you think about it. So you guys can be further up. You don't need to be right next to him. He's got enough range. Sweet Vengeance has been made cheaper because we got hurt, but it's fine. Another magic launcher down. Oh, you teleporting son of a bitch. Also, the ZMP Grenadier location, not really working out the best. I think I do move it back up here. It just doesn't get enough time to fire at them for some reason over here in any meaningful way. Like, I don't know if it's just like a bad angle, bad timing. Works way better this way around. Wanted to hit as many as I could, so that made more sense to hit them then. And they're just basic infantry, so they don't have a chance. There's our Orb of Strength and our first trinket. Dark Harvest. All towers can now target cloaked enemies. All enemies are slower. Or the Golden Catalyst. Reduce the overload threshold by one and gain more crystals. We're going to take the Dark Harvest just so we don't have to worry about cloaked enemies. Utility Orbiter has orbiting spheres that stun, slow, or reduce enemy healing based on the sphere color. This is what I thought the other one was gonna do. Mortar Strike is also here. 275 plus 25% of enemy current physical health damage. Or another EMP Grenadier. I think the Utility Orbiter will be fun. And now to Sector 2, where it gets more dangerous. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Go down, then back up again. Yeah, I think it's down, then back up again. It's either that or I go from top down, then back up. Actually, yeah, because that's what I was saying I was going to do. Yeah, the other way doesn't work, so I have to go that way around. Asteroid field. You're entering an asteroid field. If you look hard enough, you can find quite valuable objects, but you'll damage the ship in the process. So if we search completely, we're guaranteed a random trinket, but we lose 5 health. If we just search really thoroughly, we lose 3 health and have a decent chance of getting something. And if we just kind of look around a little bit, we'll still get hit by an asteroid somehow, and we have a shit chance. I'm just going to take the 5 health hit. And we got Enhanced Reinforcements. Effect that spawn towers spawn an additional 0-cost tower. Great. That's clearly what I wanted. When I don't have anything that spawns towers. I need a mystery box again. That's what I need. But yeah, technically what I had wanted before was all mystery boxes, not just random cards. So technically this deck's not what I wanted either. Go ahead and put the exhauster up there. We're never gonna get to use that Lux Synthesis or the Eternal Sunshine anytime soon. Not till we start getting some more mana regen. Yeah, you know what? Utility Orbiter. Oh, that's just silly looking. Just realized we're still on speed 2. Fix that. Rebound Shock, again, could be nice to have more than one of those. Shield Forger, costs 5, round start game 1 on 3, 10 shield. Stuns enemies for 0.1, 0.3, or 1 second times your shield amount. And the Replicating Sprouts again. I think we're going to take another copy of Rebound Shock, because that works better when you have more copies of it. Let's see, Resilient Blaster goes here. Magic Launcher goes here. Laser Totem goes here. And we are sad about the remaining cards in our hand. Thankfully, just slam themselves right into the laser. We are getting 3 mana a turn right now. We could go up to 4 by placing the Extractor. And this hand actually allows me to play everything even with the Extractor, so Extractor going down. Need a dispenser here. Just throw those Rebound Shocks just to buff future Rebound Shocks. It said I was getting +3, but I seem to have only gotten right because we were gonna get an extra one from the Overload. That's why. And then I lost the Overload, so we went back down to actually getting 3, which is fine. 3 is still a good amount compared to what we were getting before. But at least it all still works itself out. We are gonna get hit by that guy, though, because I have nothing that can kill him. If the BF rifle had more range, I'd put it on that Moonstone. It would actually be useful. Go ahead and put an Exhauster up front and then another Double Trouble right there. There we go. That should do. Or not. Or not at all. And there we go. It worked out eventually. Just was a little spooky for a moment. Absolutely not the most effective idea doing this, but it's funny. Actually, if I'm gonna do that, let me do it this way. That actually is halfway as effective. Not like resoundingly effective, but it's halfway as effective. And with a Grenadier in play, that should help. And then we'll put the Utility Orbiter here, too, for extra fuckery. Arguably, I could flip the lasers to point down this side as well, but I think this is fine. And we're just gonna skip this hand, honestly. Another Exhauster. Another Resilient Blaster, and we just wait. Let the world play its way. Get our upgraded Exhauster, upgraded Resilient Blaster. No extra utility E-Orbiter, unfortunately, but that's fine. And with the Rebound Shock. No, the lasers got stopped at exactly the moment where the Bulwark was going through them. No. Worst day ever. Yeah, no, that is fine. I was debating moving the blaster over to fit the laser in its place, but this is fine. And there we go. We got Hope. Towers gain 12% fire rate if you have 4 or less health. And we've seen all of these cards before, and I don't really want any of them too badly, so we'll skip that. They're all too expensive. Otherwise, I'd be down for them. I can't actually go for that event. I need to go to the Forge if I want to go all the way up. It's either I go to the event, go to the Elite, go to the shop. Forge or shop? Forge or shop? We've already taken a couple starting mana upgrades, so I don't think I really need to forge that badly, and regular enemy fights don't profit us that much. Arsenal renovations before continuing... Oh yeah, this one. Make some changes to your arsenal. We don't have any basic cards to upgrade, so it's fine. I think we'll just choose a free card. Heart of the cards we've seen. Barricade use, 25% less shield each wave, or the Vortex. I do like the Vortex, so we'll take that. And we'll just go hit this Elite, and then pick one of the two shops to go to. I may actually go both to both the shops. Put our Extractor down. Magic Launcher goes cha. And Rebound Shock will help if anything manages to scoot through, which it won't. With this layout, the BF Rifle's actually gonna be great. We'll put it here on the Moonstone. Anything it hits is just gonna have to sit there and think about what it's done. Wait. It says it stuns enemies, but it didn't seem like any of those guys got stunned. Staring at my screen with great suspicion right now. Don't like that. No, sir, I don't like that. I never like when I feel like I'm being lied to. Okay, it's stunned that time. It just, I guess, has a chance to stun, question mark? Not sure what's going on with that. But I don't like it. No, sir, I do not like it. And put the Exhauster in play to slow him down. That guy's gonna get through. Yep. Yeah, damn it. On the bright side, Sweet Vengeance is cheaper now. I wish this Clairvoyant and this Blind tile were switched. Clairvoyant tile would be great in the middle there, and the Blind would actually be good out on the edge. But instead, they're reversed. Because we can't have nice things sometimes. Wow, even with Sweet Vengeance, it's just like, nah, I'm just gonna traipse on through. La 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 la, fuck you. Spin. Yeah, no, we're... Oh, he died. Oh, either that or he gave me a curse. I don't know which way that actually worked. We're gonna give you more magic piercing. That one definitely hit. I would love to use the Lux Synthesis, but we can't afford to do that right now. We need more control of the field. There we go. Finally, a wave where we didn't leak. Range doesn't matter on this thing because its bullets just kind of fly. Fill the screen with bullets, to whom it may concern. Now we'll put a laser totem here. Now that we've got things under control a little bit more. And there we go. Arcane Sigil. You can now choose between 3 trinket options after each elite fight. I thought that's what the elites were already giving me. Alright? I don't understand what that's telling me, but we'll figure it out, I guess. Let's see. Seismic Impact. Summon 3 successive shockwaves that deal 75 physical damage and stun for 1.5 seconds. Vengeful Rifle. Gains 10% fire rate for each damage received this combat. Martyr, so it gets cheaper as well. And the Crystal Miner. We're gonna go ahead and take the Vengeful Rifle at the rate I'm leaking damage. That will be useful. Let's see. Omniscience. Spells cost 1 less, down to a minimum of 1. But it costs 5 to cast that enchantment. So I'm not that into that. Cobalt Ring. Every 40th card drawn, gain 1 more mana. The card counter resets at the start of each combat. Enhanced Explosions. Towers that shoot a projectile that affect an area get that area increased by 75%. Or Sweet Candy. Slightly increase all basic stats, even though we can't afford that one. We're gonna go to the other shop, because this shop sucks. Arsenal Gear. Summon 3 random non-basic towers. That would be incredible if it didn't cost 7. Scrap Recycler, we've seen Phantom Anchor. Next wave now consists of only level 1 rookies. Draw 1 card to spell. So you just shut off an entire wave, basically, if things are getting bad. Solemn Necklace. Whenever you have exactly 5 cards in your hand, towers gain 16% fire rate. If not, they gain 4%. Burning Boots. Enemies lose 1.5% of their current armor each second. That's pretty good. But if they've got armor. Combat End. If you have full health, gain 2 unfilled max health. We've seen that before. I'm grabbing the boots at the very least. And even though Arsenal Gear is not going to be very effective, I'm grabbing it because it's random and it's funny. Understand that I know quite well that that's a regrettable choice, but I'm doing it anyway. And we may as well take the Solemn Necklace because we're not going to have anything else to spend money on coming up here. And then we go to the enemy, the horde, and then the elite, then the boss. Make that money back. I could play Eternal Sunshine, but I would not be able to play anything else. Instead, we will play a Double Trouble, so I have something to defend myself, and we'll actually get to play Lux Synthesis, even though it's going to kill all my mana. We got more luck, yay! Actually, oh god damn it! I just realized, like, oh yeah, actually I should probably banish the Eternal Sunshine we have there, because that would have been smart. But I don't banish cards very often, even though I should. I was just checking on something for a second. Yeah, that'll do. Vortex can go ahead and go here as usual. Just go spinny, spinny, throw bullets everywhere. Occasionally the bullets will hit where they need to. The bitrate's been all over the place, looks like. Actually, no, hang on. Huh. Which you're full of shit. One of these two has to be a lie. They've got the stream health thing and the bitrate at the top, and they're both showing the same number, but one of them's got a graph that looks like a seismograph in California, because it's bouncing all over the place, and then the other one's just a dead flat line green. But they both show exactly identical information otherwise. Fascinating. So let's see. Impact Sprayer we've had. Downshaper. Reduces the level of the enemy in range with the highest level. If its level is 1, it receives a slow. And then there's Star Power, which we've seen before. I assume this gem is like something special. Maybe a rarity indicator, because we got a blue gem here for something we've seen a lot of, a pink gem for this one, and then the yellow gem for this one. So I assume the yellow gem is probably the rarest stuff. That seems highly likely, based on things like Eternal Sunshine also having it and Arsenal Gear having it. We'll take it anyway. I may never end up using it, but we'll take it. Board. Yep, that's just gonna have to be the way that that is. Laser totem will help. Just put it like that. Actually, we can make use of the down shaper for fun. There you go. Get leveled down, idiot. Doesn't actually help that much, but it'll be funny at least. More mana. I can taste the mana. Quit giving me different cards when I try to pick them up again now. Ah. Vengeful Rifle for the fun of it. Not even gonna get a chance to do things, but it's okay. I really don't know if there's much of a point to these Horde rounds, if I'm honest. They just get disposed of so easily. Mana Condenser. When leveling up, gain 5 mana. Slightly slows nearby enemies. I mean, at least it has a function, so you know what? We'll take it. We have, like, way more of a mana engine than I think we've ever had in this game. This time. Mostly because we actually literally have any mana engine at all. We'll put the laser there because they have to pass through this spot. So I just realized they're pathing the opposite direction of where I thought they were. I thought they were coming from the left and going to the right, so that could be a slight problem. But, well, we committed now. Get rebound shocked. There we go. I made sure to set them up so they would die. And put a double trouble and a Nightcrawler down. That should make things a bit more comfortable. And put the Mana Condenser down? Yeah. It doesn't need the Armor Piercer spot, but it's a useful spot for it to be put. So it's going there. So I'll be honest, it's probably going to be used a lot more for the Mana Condenser part of it than the slowing part of it. If we even see enough copies of it come up that it'll do its thing. There's 2 Mana Condensers. Let's put this one down here, though. Just putting them both side by side up there doesn't actually work much. That almost was a stupid. No, cast this first, then cast this. And cast this again, because I can. We almost have enough to cast Arsenal Gear. We'll play another Exhauster, and then we'll wait and see about actually being able to cast something fun. Oh boy. You know, this might have been a regrettable decision. Except a lot of them are going to get cooked by the laser, so it's actually... Oh, all of them got cooked by the laser. Never mind. I should have more faith in my setup than I do. Put down one more Resilient Blaster, and then we'll wait and see if I get Arsenal full spell or not. Because we did just see it, though, so it's probably not going to come up quite yet. Which means it's probably not going to come back up in time. I mean, in hindsight. But I'm gonna give it a chance to. If it doesn't, sad face. If it does, hooray, we get to have a bunch of random bullshit spawned. Sad. Because we also have the... Where is it? We have the thing that makes an extra... a thing when we summon stuff, don't we? Or was that the other round? No, this one, enhanced reinforcements. So it would actually be spawning 4 towers instead of 3. But this is the last wave, so we're not going to get to see it happen this time. Pure misfortune for them. Absolute and complete misfortune. Let's see. Spellflow Cape, Healing Cloak, or Topaz Gem. We don't really have good... Well, no, we have 20% critical, so sure, we'll take the Topaz Gem and start banking crystals. Oh, the Imp. We saw that from one of the other decks. We could grab the Mini Inferno, which I had in my test game. It's essentially the Inferno Beam, but smaller, and cheaper, and weaker, but... You know, it is a 1 cost, so it's fine. So now that we have more money coming in, it's not necessarily as big a deal to have everything be cheap. You know, till you get hands like this, which has EMP Grenadier and BF Rifle and then nothing else. I think I'm gonna have to put both of them, like, in the middle here and just hope for the best. At least the BF Rifle does do a good amount of damage. Yeah, it's just gonna kill them outright when it does hit them, so that's fine. Mini Inferno there. Nightcrawler there. I would love to put the Exhauster down, but we just want more firepower right now, I think. So we'll replace the Mini Inferno with the real Inferno there now. I would have loved to have saved for either the Extractor or the Condenser, but right now, like I said, firepower. I want to make sure we don't get overrun, then I'll start working the economy up when those cards come around. Which is going to take them a little bit to come around again, but that's also absolutely okay. Fucking warping little bastard. Vortex over there. Go ahead and put a laser totem here.
Hello there.
Hey, the Callista, how's it going? Hopefully you're feeling better today. Okay, we did take damage to the Vengeful Rifle, is basically free, so we'll play that. Over here. And we'll check a Nightcrawler over here. Mana Condenser slows things, so we'll put it there, because all of them will pass through there eventually. Would love to be able to play that Extractor, but we can't. Don't have the mana for it. Just gonna sit on this hand. Let some mana build up. Oh, that's good. At least it's improving. That's all we can really ask for with situations like that. Is there another blind tile anywhere? There is not, but you know what? Go ahead and put the Vortex over here anyway. Bullets everywhere! They get a bullet, and they get a bullet, and they get a bullet. And that guy gets 2 of them. Why'd that guy get 2? Because fuck that guy. Go ahead and just sit on this hand as well. I'm just saving up for big things now because we're doing pretty well. And we're only halfway through. Well, we have a lot of mana and not any big things in my hand, so I guess I'll play some of this at least. Just so we don't start getting an overrun. Case in point, Infiltrator. Joke's on him, though. We have the thing. This thing, Dark Harvest, that makes cloaked things not cloaked. Down the Extractor so we get extra mana. And there went all of that mana we had. All of it's gone. But we're getting 3 a turn now. Hooray! Yeah, joke's on you. You can try to hijack my towers all you want, but I've got too many of them for you to hijack all of them. Of course, I spend the money and there's when Arsenal gear appears again. God damn it. I'm just never gonna get to cast that spell. I swear. Oh yeah, we can upgrade vortexes, right. I don't think I've ever actually had level 2 vortex. I think we've only ever, like, placed one down at a time ever anywhere. And it got immediately shut down. Sad. Now it's back to just happily spinning away. There are all the teleporters trying to do their shenanigans. We did take a little bit of a hit, but it's okay. There we go, Arsenal gear. Behold! I got an Ethereal Blaster, a Holy Phoenix, and a pair of Sentries. The Phoenix we've never seen. Emits wide light beams that pierce enemies, dealing magic damage and slowing. Neat. Go ahead and move you over here so you get more range. The Ethereal Blaster we saw in the shop before, but we didn't buy it. And obviously, we've seen the Sentries. The Sentries are kind of sad. But we finally got to do the thing. We got to do the thing. Oh, that's what it means by a piercing beam. It's like the slowing thing we were using before, except it's murdering with fire. You know what? That's good. I like that. That's good. I like it. I'm not exactly a fan of the noise it's making constantly with the brrrr, but that's fine. I can live with that. It's not that loud, so it's okay. But move this Nightcrawler over, put another laser totem here. The utility orbiter there. Resilient blaster, like, here in the middle. Wait, this also slows, right? Yeah. So it's essentially a meaner version of the emitter I said I would never use again because it's too good. It's clearly just meant to be if I just get one of them randomly like that. I just don't know how to feel about that on the whole. Was this Act 2 or Act 3? I feel like this is Act 2, but I might be remembering wrong. Upgrade the Vengeful Rifle. Upgrade the MP Grenadier. Upgrade the Mini Inferno. Not so many anymore. Actually, no, the music would have changed if it was Act 3. There we go. Yep, there's the Orb of Truth. This was Act 2. Trinket, Dark Knowledge, Black Feathers. Draw one more card each round, gain 30% more crystals. Pretty tempting. Berserker Sword. Towers attack 11% faster. I'm gonna take the extra crystals from the Black Feathers, though. And think twice. Draw 2 cards, Dispel, Transcend. Also draw 2 extra cards next turn. Pretty good. Tesla Coil. Fires electric beams that propagate to nearby enemies and stun them. It's expensive, but that sounds like it'd be really fun, so we're taking that. We do have way more mana regen now. Okay, it seems like it is going to be the Saboteur again, so I wonder if it's just always Saboteur at the end. Civilians in distress, sure, we'll take the hit to help them. Antiquarian Merchant. You stumble upon a peculiar merchant offering rare antiquities at costly prices. Should we trade with them? We get the Demon Eye or Compulsive Reader. Enemies no longer regenerate health with the Demon Eye, which is pretty nice. And we get an extra card, or an extra luck from the Compulsive Reader. I think I'm going to buy both of them. I don't know if I can buy both of them. I can only buy one of them. We couldn't miss this chance. You already feel that the upgrade was worth it. I took the Demon Eye, though, because no regenerating health seems more important than an extra card. Because we've not been using every card we draw anyway. Time for the Horde. We got a free bomber. Hooray. Yep, that'll do. Oh, they are coming from the opposite direction again. God damn it, I really should pay attention. Doesn't matter, though. That just means they get to run longer before they die. Though not as much anymore. Wait, yeah. There we go. Arsenal gear, go. So we got a Dragon Breath, a Sentry that deleted itself, an Impact Next Sprayer, and a Holy Apprentice, and another Sentry, apparently. So we got a lot out of that. You know what? We have so much mana. Eternal Sunshine! No negative tiles anymore. Start playing cards. It doesn't matter. Tesla Coil. Mana Condenser. I don't have enough mana. Fight's over. Board fights are weird. Nightcrawler, we have Black Hole Generator. Fires black holes that deal damage and teleport back enemies. Yeah, that's what a black hole does, right? It teleports things back, not just, like, crushes them. Permafrost, strongly slow all enemies for 8 seconds. Now we'll take the Black Hole Generator. We can Arsenal gear immediately this time. The smarter play would be using the Extractor, but Arsenal gear! We got 2 Spike Throwers, a Sacred Pillar, a Terraformer, and an Enlightened... Wait, why did we get so many things? Oh, I think it's actually... I misunderstood how this works. I'll explain. I think since each one is spawning separately, I think it's actually triggering the enhanced reinforcements on each spawn. So, like, Sacred Pillar got made, got a Spike Thrower. Terraformer got made, got another Spike Thrower. Enlightened Mage got made, got the EMP wall. Okay, so the Sacred Pillar just heals me. It doesn't matter. It can just go over there in the corner. I don't really want the Terraformer, but we have it. The Spike Throwers are okay. Shotgun we also got from Salvation, which is part of why I was willing to just go for it for the funnies. Yeah, because we're gonna be fine. Tesla Coil, I guess here? This is actually a map where the Eternal Sunshine would be great, because there's so many red tiles to make me sad. But oh, when they're around that corner, that Tesla Coil gonna get him. It's gonna get him. That'll do, I think. Yeah, put it there. That'll be okay. A little bit of reduction on you is fine. Because your whole thing is going to be just stunning them. Ditto with you is you're just going to be slowing them. So you being slightly less effective doesn't much matter. Excuse me. Yeah, we'll roll with that. That's fine. Okay, so one more mana condenser and then we'll get 5 mana. Which I think is just nowhere near as exciting as I am telling myself that it is, but you know what? It'll be beneficial at least. Because we can hopefully turn that into casting something big. If we ever draw it again. I'm gonna hold this turn, I think. Oh god, there's a neutralizer in play. I might regret holding. Nope, we're good. We're fine. Resilient Blaster down just in case they do that again. Nope, just tanky boys this time. You know, if they sent those things together, it would be much more dangerous for me. Arsenal Gear is back, so boom! We got a Mini Inferno, a Static Ionizer, a Spike Thrower, an Ethereal Blaster, and an EMP Wall, I think. I think that accounts for all of the ones we got. Because everything else looks like I had placed it intentionally somewhere. Oh, there is a blind spot. There you go. Put you there. Spin faster. Spin. Wait, something got upgraded, didn't it? Because I thought I had something on this spot here. Huh? Huh? Do I have anything that's tier 2? Oh yeah, we have a tier 2 spike thrower because we got extras of it. That is what used to be there, I think. And I just put a new one in its place. That's also why my count seemed wrong, because there was one that got there, but it got turned into a larger one. You've got more range, so you don't need to be there. You can go there instead. We can put an EMP shield in there. This mana condenser can go there, so you can move up one. Ionizer is another case of it just slows things, so we'll just put it there. That's fine. That is the downside to Arsenal Gear, is it does play havoc on my setup a bit. But I think it's worth it. I think it's fun. We can upgrade the Mini Inferno. Actually, it can stay there, so it's not on a negative tile. Go ahead and throw a Vortex down as well. We can get some more upgrades done here. Yeah? Honestly, what? They're spooky. Get the mana from the condenser. We'd get 4 mana this turn. Now we'll put the Orbiter out. We just won't use the BF rifle yet. Still fishing for the chance to cast Arsenal Gear again. Is it, for some reason, that's a spell that doesn't dispel. It's very funny. I mean, that's what happens when you let people freely and creatively make things. That's where a lot of new genres will come from, is people actually getting to work with something that, one, doesn't take a lot of knowledge to start using, and two, not a lot of capital input to start using. Because if you think about it, I want to say you had to own Warcraft 3 in order to be able to use the map maker, but that's the only real bar of entry to using the map maker for Warcraft 3. Same case with it's the StarCraft map tools and such too. Which I have mixed feelings about the statement of Warcraft 3 creating the tower defense in modern sense, is I feel like there would have to be a checkmate on that one. But yes, I do agree with the MOBA genre, is there was I believe straight up the first MOBA was one of the Warcraft 3 maps. So the balance on that was sketchy. Sketchy's a nice word for it. At least in the very brief time I touched it. And yeah, exactly. It's very deep, but you don't have to know a lot to start using it. The entry point is low, but the skill cap for it is very high. People are able to do some very impressive things with all of those map editors. But the main reason I say I have a question mark on the tower defense one is the fact that I'm pretty sure there were tower defenses even in StarCraft 1 as far as the custom maps go. So I don't know if you can credit Warcraft 3 necessarily there. I'm not 100% on that off the top of my head because it's been a very long time. Isokron bot. Gets stronger the more spells are cast in combat. 100 spells max. It's already decent and it is only a 1 cost. Or technical prowess. Draw 3 cards and reduce their cost by 1 this combat. I'm kind of into the reducing cost idea there. I can start doing very silly things. I could do turn 1 arsenal gear again. I want to say StarCraft 1 was my first, but I feel like there was also something older than that I had opened very briefly and did not understand what I was doing at all, so I put it away. But StarCraft would be the first one I actually played. In that I had any clue what the buttons I was pressing were doing and things like that. Similar case with WoW, where I think I had actually played and understood something else before that, but technically technically I think I played RuneScape before WoW. I don't remember the timeline of events as far as all that goes. That's far enough back that that's kind of a blur together moment. Nor did I care for either experience enough for it to stick. Is thinking over time, I think I tried to play WoW 3 separate occasions, and I did not particularly care for it any of the 3 times. Like, that is definitely on that list of I don't really understand the hype. Like, you know, more power to people if they enjoy it, but I could not get into it. Similar case with 14, actually. So I got into 14 longer than I ever did with WoW, so that at least landed a bit. May as well take the free luck. Yes. Wasn't there 2 Battle for Middle-earths? I want to say that got a sequel. I do remember playing a little bit of the first one. Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was like actual sequel or like weird pseudo-sequel territory. Let's see, Bite. Deal 200 true damage to targeted enemies, restore 1 health. Mechanical Spider. Can't be moved, can only be placed on path tiles. Slows enemies hit slightly. Okay. And then the Wisdom Punisher is back. But we now know how Transcend works, so we actually understand that. Yeah, but an expansion pack is an expansion pack. It doesn't count as a sequel. That's like saying StarCraft 2 would technically be StarCraft 3 because Brood War exists. Which, again, technically wouldn't be wrong, but wouldn't be correct either. I think I will actually take the mechanical spider, because I think it'll be interesting. Transcendence, it's time to transcend. The thought perplexes you. You can't quite pinpoint the source of it. Okay. Ooh, set your max health to 1 and upgrade your other stats. Your maximum health cannot change. Prevent the first 2 times you would take damage. Recharges each combat. So basically, I technically have 3 health that recharges every combat. Because the 3rd hit would kill me. We do know of an item that'll allow me to put my health back to 10, because it ignores all other factors and gives you 9 more max health. Ah, yeah, that's a familiar scenario in those days, honestly. You feel lightheaded, but stronger at the same time. Oh, I see. Because I transcended, I can actually do a different thing here. To be fair, said weird bug may actually have been a form of copy protection. Is there's a bunch of weird pseudo copy protection bugs that are put in unlicensed copies. These are things. Like sometimes a particular enemy will be invincible, sometimes just a weird texture will exist, all to bait people to ask about it and go, hey, you're the one you pirated this. Yeah, you know what? We'll risk it. Oh, I can just keep doing that. Well, we're not going to keep doing that. We don't need the money that badly. Just interesting that I could do that. Wow, this hand is awful. And we got a runic extractor, which doesn't help at the moment. So we'll fissure one of them, and then, this is bad. Yeah, we just straight up died because I went down to 3 health, but had literally no control over that scenario because... Yeah, no, that doesn't sound like a bug. That sounds like copy protection that they snuck in. Basically, it checks if the license string exists, and if it doesn't, it engages that. Because if it's that consistent, that is less likely to be a bug. Not impossible, but less likely. Extra armor pen and extra crystal multiplier. Okay. Yeah, we have no Ascensions with the ever-changing deck because we didn't get a win with it. That's the only other one we didn't win with. Disco Infinity and Ever-Changing are the only ones we didn't get a win with. I was originally going to show you guys either the Survival or the Siege modes, but as you can see, the average playtime for Siege mode is like 2+ hours, and we're already a little over 4 hours in, so we're not doing that one. I guess we'll do a quick survival, though. A single combat with an endless wave of enemies with increasing difficulty. Pick between random cards and visit shops every few seconds to build your deck and resist as long as possible. And we'll go ahead and go in on normal. Can't help but notice that I have nothing. Oh, I see. It's like Horde mode, except you're getting card draws at literally that method. Okay. That makes sense. So you're building the deck as you're drawing the cards instead of just drawing the cards. Summon a boss modifier. Maybe not right now. It's also entirely possible that the one who distributed that disc may have also decided to be funny and modify the games. If both of them had just one odd thing, I would absolutely believe that somebody would do that. And if they had sufficient knowledge to do so. Ooh, laser rifle. Fires lasers that pierce through enemies, penetrating their magic resistance. Or Nebula. Can't be deactivated, can be rotated manually. Shoots 6 bullets that stun. Let's take the Nebula. Because we get mass stun. And here's our random shop. Okay. That could actually be more than one thing then. That might actually be a wholly unrelated issue. Is there were on occasion games, especially that are a bit older, that would have issues writing to the disk. Writing to the hard disk, that is. So that one could genuinely just be a case of it actually is just not managing to write save data properly. Crystal Impaler. Every time this tower shoots, lose 1 crystal. Can shoot when you have 0 crystals. Stuns. Okay. Emblem of Wealth we've seen. Shields Up we've seen. Let's reroll this. There's the laser rifle. Yeah, we'll take the laser rifle. We are leaking very rapidly already, so that's a bit of a problem. But we're starting to get that under control. The nebulas are helping. I love that this has, like, global range, so I can just have that, like, go across all of that. Mana Lightning. The fact that it refunds half its cost is fascinating. Harvest Knowledge we looked at. Vicious Vindicator. Pierces enemies on play. If there's a level 3 copy of this tower in play, level up this tower to level 3. That's true. There are some positives to these things. It's interesting that if I get a Vicious Vindicator up to level 3, all future towers of its type that get put down automatically go to level 3. That's actually pretty cool. The odds of that working under these circumstances are highly unlikely, though. Take an Angelic Catalyst to see if I can get that out. Magnifying Glass, Hardened Ruby. We'll take the Hardened Ruby, because that'll help clear the board. Can't play the Catalyst yet. We can play another Nebula. Anything that'll let it shoot faster? This will. Doesn't really matter with any of these. Mana Ritual, if Overload is active, gain 1 mana. That's not helping right now. Trick Room. Inflict random effects on the enemies nearby. The strength of the effects scale with luck. Sure. Just blanketing the area in stun pellets. Prevent enemies taking action. We can't afford to play any of our towers right now. There we go. Trick Room, go. Any Inferno upgrade. Divination. So the idea that I've got going here, in case people haven't figured it out by the way, is I'm shooting enough pellets over there with the nebulas, as you can see here, that the majority of enemies are getting staggered, like, in the beginning area here, which keeps them clumped together. The Clairvoyant Cannon can pierce through them since it's on a Clairvoyant space. So I can just pierce through the whole wave that's coming up and just keep them bottlenecked up there. without even any of my other towers getting involved. That's the nonsense I'm doing right now. If I wanted to make this worse, I'd move the nebulas closer. Which, this one's not on a special tile, so I will move this one closer. But this one's on a blind, so it gets to shoot way faster, so I'll keep that there. I can actually put the laser rifles further up as well, so that they get to do their piercing more effectively. Sentries last longer with the Black Bishop. That's a decent idea. But none of those are particularly helpful. Oh! Well, the White Queen and the Black Bishop would have went in together nicely, because the White Queen gives us a sentry wave start. And I think I'll actually take that, because that'll be fun. Riftmaker's kind of an interesting idea too, though. Teleports back enemies, dealing magic damage based on current enemy health. But every wave giving me another sentry will be fairly helpful. I keep trying to rotate them before I put them down, and it's just like, but no. No, that's not how that works. Magic launcher, barricade, glacial laser. Pick the glacial laser. Since we're in survival mode, I'm being less kind about how I'm setting this up. There we go, second upgraded nebula. Like, if I had an option for that... words. This is part of why we're going to be ending after the bit we're doing here, probably. If I had access to those emitters, I would be placing them right now. We'll take the Black Rook, though, because it works with the sentry thing we just got. Apparently, we're just going to have a whole sentry build happen now, suddenly. Just hitting them with the reverse bullet hell right now. They just can't even play. Give me design new weapons. Oh, speaking of emitters, there's the Holy Phoenix, which works similarly, so their day's about to get a lot worse. Tiles we have here also really suck. There we go, that sentry got upgraded, so let's just get him moved up there. I think I broke it. Withering Executioner. Always deals critical strikes to enemies without armor. Move 1, 3, or 10 armor on impact. Okay. Sure. Why not? Nope, hand shuffled. There went the Phoenix. Right in time for me to have been able to afford to use it, too. There's a level 3 mini Inferno, though, so that's fun. God damn it, I was about to play that. And it was gone. Another upgraded sentry. More nebulas. More jade drones. Emblem of Renewal. Every time you play a tower from your hand, draw a card. Neat. Warfare Displacer. Every time that this tower deals a critical strike, teleport back the enemy that was hit. Why do we keep getting these same relics over and over again? So this one's new. Gifts Ungiven. Rarity now does not affect the chance of appearance of cards and trinkets. Rarer cards and trinkets are now easier to find, but I can't afford that, unfortunately. Reroll. Nova Ring we've seen, Crimson Arrow and Cobalt Arrow we've seen. They do the same thing, except reversed. Sure, we'll take the Nova Ring, because that'll actually work well for survival mode, but presumably. Let's see. Giant's Bone. Every third shot deals a percentage of the enemy's total health as true damage. Sure. Just gonna keep playing more sentries in the hopes of getting level 3 sentry out. I would like to actually get the Angelic Catalyst out so we get to see how it shoots, except it's gone again. Get the laser rifle. Get moved over there. Hit him with some mana lightning because I can. Oh yeah, the Jade drones don't level up, right? I was like, why is this not working? Let's see, technical prowess, software update, or warp shock. Software update would actually be really nice because it prevents towers being deactivated. And it'll make our overload threshold lower. So it'll make it easier for me to generate more and more mana. But I think we'll take technical prowess because it'll dispel itself. And we get a free nebula! Hooray! All according to my cunning scheme. Do I have another clairvoyant tile anywhere? I do not, so just put this cannon up here somewhere. Eagle Sergeant has double armor penetration when placed on dark matter tiles, can be moved out of dark matter tiles, so that's neat. Spell Mastery. Spells cost 1 less, down to a minimum of 1, and the Silver Mirror. Towers gain 5% fire rate for each unique enchantment in play, which there currently aren't any. I don't know if we're gonna be in any danger anytime soon. Like, they've started to make some headway. Pretty much, yeah. Let's see, gold spinning top, we've seen that before. Demonic Form, gain 66 crystals and 6 luck. Every 66 card played deals 666 true damage to all enemies. Or the tactical garlic. We'll go ahead and take Demonic Form, why not? There we go, Holy Phoenix. Move it forward. Yeah, the fact that I put the nebulas down just as a meme and it just worked out is very interesting. Though we are very low on nebulas now because they did max out, which I didn't realize till now. Ooh, interesting. Adaptable Striker. Can't level up. When you sell this tower, you get all of the mana you spent for it. So you can just put it down, and when you don't need it anymore, sell it and get your money right back instead of only getting part of it back. Interesting idea, but we don't need it. We don't really want any of these. There's the Demon Eye, Technical Prowess, and Art Brush. We'll go ahead and take the Technical Prowess because it'll be good for us. Yeah, we'll take the Art Brush too, actually. Giant Bone, Divination, Restart Time. Well, yeah. It's nowhere near as funny if you're not hard against it working. Then the response is just, oh, it worked. Huh. Like, the meme strat literally only works if it's funny. If it's not funny, it doesn't work. Yeah. There we go, we finally get the Angelic Catalyst. Was trying so hard to get one of them on the board just to see how their shots looked, and I am mildly disappointed, but it's fine. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Deadly Glance to make our stuns last longer, since our whole thing is stunning them in their spawn. Which is really just a shame that this is working this well, honestly. But it's too funny for me to stop. Stacking clairvoyant cannons. Our biggest problem at this point is we're just not generating much mana. I could be doing so much nastier stuff if I just had more mana. We haven't gotten any cards that will generate mana, really. So my only other option is just sit here and do nothing. asking if I want to generate more, and I don't want to sit here and do nothing. Doing nothing's boring. There's absolutely nothing I have to do. Still. There we go, Tesla Stunner as well. Just keep adding to the stuns, keeping them from getting out of their spawn. Platinum Spear, Armor and Magic Penetration, Snowman, Blue Spinning Top. We'll go ahead and take the Snowman for more spell mana, because it gives me more ways to use some of my stuff. There we go, if they make it out of their spawn, they'll just get stunned more. Create our Moonstone thing. I almost have enough for a second Phoenix. But every time I get mana, the cards redraw, so I can't rely on that. One more Clairvoyant Cannon and we'll have the tier 3, I think? No, I need more than that, I think. I hate this whole set. Go away. This whole situation is stupid in the best kind of way. Just keep piling everything up at the front. Ooh, mystery boost. Upgrade a random tower. There you go. That'll eventually work out. Oh, wait. But our mini Inferno was already maxed out. Why did... Oh, no, the Sentry got banished because we hit tier 3 Sentry. Which still has a round limit, which is what sucks about that. I feel like the maxed out Sentry should remove its round limit to make it worth going for tier 3 Sentry. There we go, there's another tier 2 cannon. Because otherwise I feel like you're just wasting your time. Extra 12% crit chance is a decent argument. Oh, okay. Cleanse that notification so I don't have to see it. There we go. That one. We'll just turn the entire map into something I can use. Lunar Ring, Magnifying Lens, Oh. Song of the Earth. Radar Enlightened Mage. Put down another Angelic Catalyst because I can. I probably should have put the Phoenix, but the Catalysts look funny. So I decided to put a Catalyst. Let's go ahead and just crank the speed up a bit more. Oh! I turned up the speed and suddenly they had a breakthrough. I don't know why turning the speed up is what did that. It may just be timing. That may not have had anything to do with it. Ooh. Doubling season. More of everything. Yeah, now they're just trucking right on through. I think this is why there's that time limit on these runs, is they just start sending really nasty things. Whenever you play 6 cards in one round, gain 1 mana and draw 1 card. Sure. Don't mind me just making his life miserable over there. Or trying to make sure that he doesn't escape. And no, they're just flowing right on out of here now, so I think this might be over. I'm betting that Juggernaut's gonna do a bunch of damage, yeah. We might be able to hold for a bit longer still, though. Nope. He's getting through. You lose! To be fair, I had no attachment to that run. If I had any actual attachment, I'd be pushing a bit harder on that, but we were in there for like 20 minutes. It doesn't matter. The expectations were set properly. Like, if I really wanted to, I could have picked up my entire setup and moved it back to try to stop that, but what's the point? To be fair, that one particular enemy upset me by surviving. He brought it on himself by not dying. If he just died decently like he was supposed to, everything would have been fine. But no, he had to have a big HP pool and make a pain in the ass of himself. So he received a pain in the ass in return. And he still survived, so, you know, who really won at the end of the day? I mean, can we say that he's wrong with everything that he survived? He clearly had plot armor to have lived through all of that. Exactly. Absolute nonsense and shenanigans. I'm just looking at my list trying to decide where we're going from here. I think this is a good point for me to pack it in, because unless I do another survival run, most everything else is going to take at least an hour. And while I could do another survival run, I don't think any of them are going to be the same as that. So I don't think it'll be as funny. That's one of those I don't think you hit the same energy twice situations. I think that mode's just a one-off. Like maybe a once per session you dip in there, see if you can make something happen. And then you either go back to the regular modes or you stop playing the game for that day. I have too many choices. I always have too many choices. Somehow it keeps happening the same way every time. I'm gonna lose music while I check how far along some of these are. You know what? I'm not going there because I don't want to have to unpack what I just heard. We're just gonna walk away from that idea. You're a hefty amount through, so you're probably not going much longer. Which is a shame. That's how it be sometimes. Maybe here, maybe. Yeah, no, you're like 8 hours in, so that's ending probably before too long. Because I didn't see a 12-hour stream mentioned or anything, so probably not. You know, we have been getting a decent amount of support from there. Let me just make sure they're not ending. Nah, they're only 2 hours in and they're actively playing. That should be fine. We're gonna go over to Lunar, who has been quite supportive of us, and they're playing Subnautica, so that should be fun for y'all to watch. So we'll go ahead and get that timer started. So, today is Friday. Tomorrow we'll beat a game, hopefully. I have a few picked out. I just need to make a decision between them as to which one I want to try to get through in one go. And then Monday is a little up in the air, as is fairly normal right now. I've got plenty of things in my mind. I just need to pick between all of them. I may have enough time to work on one of the Lurkit games that I was supposed to do before, but it was running a bit rough, so I didn't want to have that be how it gets shown. I want to work on that and make it run better first. I also got approved for another thing, but I think the embargo date is not going to be ready in time for that. I think there's going to be a bit too much time left on that before I could do that one. That'll probably be a couple weeks out, not this coming week. Monday is the start of September, I think, if I'm remembering my days right. So that's potentially something. Yeah, I'm gonna stop rambling about that. You'll figure out the schedule as we go. Be good to Lunar, Hershey's good people, and I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody. I was about to run out of time anyway.